One live, it'll take a few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
All right, we will call to order this meeting of the Woodford County Board of Education on May 10th. Let the record show that 4 members are in attendance and 1 is expected to be just a few minutes late. Ms. Springate and Ms. Richardson are attending virtually, and Ms. Glass and I are here in person. We do have a couple of agenda changes for tonight, just moving a couple things. We're going to move items B and C until after the executive session so that people don't have to stay unnecessarily late until the end of the meeting after we get to that section. And there is one public comment that Ms. Bailey is going to read.
Okay, this comment is from Marty Day. Dear Woodford County Board of Education members, on tonight's agenda is an item addressing a one-time supplement to be paid to full-time and part-time contract employees of our district. Our teachers and staff are the most valuable resource our district has. Please put your vote behind your often spoken words of appreciation for the employees of the Woodford County School District. Hard work should be rewarded. Please approve this supplement. Sincerely, Marty Day. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey. Next, we'll have Mr. Asher do the instructional, equity, and task force updates.
Good evening once again. As you know, we're finishing up the school year. Teachers and students are counting down the days of a very long school year for obvious reasons. But in finishing up the year, I mentioned last month at my report about the assessment that we're currently taking part in with K-Prep assessment going on at all levels. Also end of the year events. I know Ms. Cooper had sent those out, and schools are being very flexible on how those are getting done and planning for those and getting those underway. And then finally, once the school year is out, I'd also mentioned before about Best Practice Academy, how we're reinstating that. That will be June 1st through 4th, and teachers, Dr. Jones is facilitating that, and the teachers signing up for that first round of Best Practice Academy, with the second round to be later before the beginning of next school year. So that's kind of what's going on here in these next, I can't remember how many days, 14, 13, somewhere along those lines, to finish out the year.
The kids would know.
The kids would know, certainly, yes. Couple other things, updates. I've been talking about virtual academy plans for next year. In the month of March, we sent out an interest form of those who just might be interested. We simply needed to know that. Based on that, we have planned out more details for the 3 levels. At elementary, we are looking at 4th and 5th grade, a combined class. I believe I mentioned this last month. Middle school and then high school level. Still need to determine numbers of who would apply to those 3 separate levels. The applications and information were set out last Monday, and the deadline for those is coming up this Wednesday at close of business. So in the days after, we'll be looking at the official applications of those who are interested in one of those 3 levels, and then we'll just determine how we move forward from there. So if the numbers simply aren't there and it doesn't seem feasible to allocate resources to run a virtual academy for those, then we simply may not have it. We have said for those that do have health concerns that obviously they can work with Mr. Wells and looking at other options should that be needed for next school year. So again, just waiting to get those numbers in, those official applications to determine our next steps there. Any questions on that before I move on?
Do you have a threshold in mind of a certain number that you want to hit?
Generally, we're looking at what would be a classroom size. So at about 25, that's a number where we can talk, so to speak, if we would have it.
Okay.
I don't anticipate that we'd be overcrowded, just based on the interest that we've had thus far.
Okay.
Supplemental school year. We talked about this last month. Similar to what I said on Virtual Academy, the update was sent out last Monday. The request line closed on May 1st, and from that we had 43 requests from parents, 4 elementary, 6 middle school, and 33 at the high school. So the update email went out last Monday, and in that I gave them the timeline. It would be up for board approval next Monday on May 17th. And if approved, then what we're going to do is a verification form going back out to them of those 43. Because I do know on their request form, many of them put in the comments section that we're not committed to this, we just want to have the option. So therefore, we would come back, if approved, that they would have to verify that. That would go out the 18th, the very next day, if approved, and then due by May 23rd. And then after that, schools, because we want to get this as wrapped up as possible before the school year ends, schools will contact those that have completed the verification just to talk through scheduling and any other logistics that might be needed for next year. So any thoughts or questions on the supplemental school year process?
The only question I would have is on the number of high school students, kind of the concerns that you and Mr. Hawkins raised about kind of needing to come up with a 4-year plan or a 3-year plan that allows them to hit those benchmarks not too soon and not too late.
Right. That has already started. I would just set in with assistant principal and guidance counselor looking at those 33 students and kind of mapping it out, kind of Q&Aing back and forth. We are not requiring that they retake a class, but if they were not successful or struggled through that class, then it would be recommended that they repeat that. But if they were successful, then we would look at the next option, next class that they could take.
And is there a threshold on that you can replace if it's below, or?
There's not a set threshold. Okay. I think we will just take what we've said all along is just case by case, individual basis. And I think you need to look at their whole body of work or their courses over the course of the year, and don't simply want to say if you got a C that you have to
Sure.
retake it. We want to look at their entire course schedule from this year. Also, as their grade level, what they're currently at, mapping it out over their next several years or how many years they have left. It's very complex, and so it's hard to draw hard and fast lines on what they can and can't take.
Sure.
Any other questions on that? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Asher?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay. I didn't want to speak over anyone. I just wondered I know there's been some kind of new guidance and some things come out about athletics and those sorts of things. Will that new information kind of be compiled and shared with folks before they make their final decision?
Most of it has been. Really, the athletics part, and Mr. Hawkins, I'll ask you to chime in here, is really cut and dry. The age requirement remains the same, or restriction, I should say. If they turn 19 before August 1st of their senior year, they would not have that. They would not be eligible for that year. Beyond that, there are some NCAA implications, and in that informational email that I mentioned, I did put a link to KHSAA that had a lot of guidance along athletics, including NCAA eligibility. Anything else to add?
I do think it's important to note that we're going to ask parents to reach out to the NCAA clearinghouse if they have specific questions, because each situation may be a little different, and that way we're not the ones trying to answer that could impact the student's eligibility, because it's different for Division I compared to Division II or Division III. And so we think that a parent should be calling as far as eligibility issues. We can give them some general information, but any specific questions we feel like would be best addressed between the clearinghouse and that parent as it relates to their child. I think a couple of things is that we want to make sure that a student can complete what the NCAA calls the core classes in their first 4 years, because that guarantees their eligibility. But then we also have to ensure that they don't complete all of their requirements in 4 years Otherwise, we are required to give them a diploma, and they don't get the 5th year. So it's really balancing those two pieces.
Any other questions, Ms. Richardson?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Ms. McHale or Ms. Glass?
No,
Thank you. Okay.
And just finally, an equity update, our equity team, we just met. It's lined out the past 2 months that we meet prior to the planning meeting. One big piece coming out here soon. Back in December 2019, our equity team, including myself, we did a live stream to all of our staff and just to kind of kick off our efforts and what our action plan was, who we were as a team. We decided today that we need to do that going into summer once again. So we do plan to, not a live stream, but put together a video piece that kind of highlights our progress we've made. And although that we've been interrupted in some of our items of our action plan, there has been progress, and we want to highlight that, and also look to some next steps that we're going to be doing next year, one of which is the WEAF collaboration project I've mentioned up here a couple times. We want to kind of highlight that and put that out there for them to look forward to starting next school year.
How long does our contract last with Dr. Banks?
We're about done. Officially, she's going to continue to meet with our team. We have a July meeting set, but we have one more module training. I've mentioned the professional development. Beyond that's the end of our contract. We have kind of floated the idea of keeping her on retainer, so to speak, to call on her as needed, but we haven't done anything official with that just yet.
Okay. I couldn't remember how long the initial contract was. All right. Any questions on that? All right. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Asher.
Asher?
Yes,
Oh, I did have a quick question. Are there services that Dr. Banks can continue to provide? Is that something we need to look at possibly having a renewed contract with for services? Is that something the equity team would discuss and bring to us if that's, their recommendation or their wish?
Yes, I mentioned here, this is just between Dr. Banks and I that we've talked about it, is the retainer option, and that way we have continued communication with her, and then kind of a la carte of services if we need it in the future. But yeah, we do want to continue our relationship. I don't have anything in writing from her yet on what that might look like, but it is something we've talked about, and I've asked for her to prepare for us.
Well, that sounds good. Considering some of the new initiatives and some of the new things that we might take on as an equity team, it would be good to have an expert in the field with, the recruitment, the hiring, the retaining of employees, that sort of thing. That would be really wonderful to have that expertise. So thank you.
Sure thing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Asher.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Culbertson from Safe Harbor will talk with us.
I'll have to move it.
Okay.
And so will Jeff.
All righty. Hello, I'm Logan Culbertson, principal of Safe Harbor Academy. Thank you first and foremost for your service to our young adults as well as our faculty and staff. Will the slides come up?
Yeah, he's gonna have to pull it up.
Okay.
There we go.
Well,
I don't know why it's not coming up. There it goes.
There we go.
alrighty. So, just going to share a little bit about looking back before we kind of look forward. Safe Harbor Academy our function, we have several functions, and I'll get into that here in just a minute, but our focus for our students is to really have an individualized learning plan for each student. And so this is a student we had a couple years ago that had an apprenticeship with Amtech, and Amtech is a opportunity for our students, one, to learn a trade, but also to further their experience at the same time. And so this is a student that is actually about to finish the apprenticeship program. He'll be a master electrician, and we actually have another student that is getting ready to embark on the same journey here in the next couple of weeks. So this was his signing day. Sorry, I said it too close or too far away.
I'm trying to turn you up. Stand into the microphone.
All right.
You gotta kind of eat that one.
All right.
Promise Logan I didn't do anything.
All righty, next slide. Life Adventure Center is a collaboration that we have for all our students, and so it's a monthly interaction where we have an opportunity to build resilience. So you can see some of the activities that we do at Life Adventure Center. They are also integrated in our Discovery program, which is our Tier 1 behavioral intervention and expectations. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for us to be able to interact with our young adults in and outside the classroom. Our purpose, in partnership with young adults, families, and communities, Safe Harbor Academy will prepare all students to strive for excellence through rigorous instruction and support to become college, career, and life-ready citizens. Our culture of PAR, which is an integrated part of our Discovery program, again, our Tier 1 behavioral interventions, as well as really teaching and kind of going through those expectations. We make all our decisions with all our young adults, academic, behavioral, social, emotional, data-based decision-making. Next slide. Here's our focus areas for Discovery. We do this in many ways. A lot of it is classroom instruction and interaction. Again, we do have a collaboration off campus as well as a collaboration on campus with LAC, and these are our areas of focus during that time. Here's our main focuses for, again, our functions. We want to make sure that all our young adults have an opportunity to, one, reach and access high expectations with their rigorous instruction, whether it's direct, blended, or computer-based learning. We want to make sure that we have effective transitions for the middle school and the high school, whether that's students coming to us or transitioning back to the middle school or high school. We also serve the ATS, or the Alternative to Suspension program. This has taken many different kind of shapes and forms, and it evolves as the years go by, but this is also another program function that we serve as well. Again, students may apply to come to either Safe Harbor or Night School and Wade, and this is all under the Alternative Ed umbrella. With that said, we do have a placement process as well for middle school and high, and so students can ebb and flow based off their need and where they're most successful. This is a reiteration. We also have a co-op program as well as the apprenticeship program spoken about a second ago. We do have tech school access as well as other pieces that are intertwined within the program as well. All our high school students do have access to all content areas. With that said, our middle school students, they have access and supports in a computer-based blended learning environment. And again, you can see some of the courses that we offer in a direct capacity, as well as if something's not being taught in a direct capacity, we teach it in a blended or a Edgenuity-based, computer-based capacity as well. Here's some of our project-based learning initiatives. We're actually getting ready to get the aquaponics fired back up for next year. Maybe a little difficult when we don't have the consistency of folks that are in person on a regular basis like we've all had this past year and a half. But with that said, do have a community garden, outdoor classroom, and then of course our advisory groups, which is basically a case management option or a homeroom option as well. Here's some of our accomplishments. We have a fantastic group of young adults and staff, and they get to utilize a lot of different opportunities that maybe a traditional environment can't always offer them. So we're real thankful to have that support, but also the ability to do so and to be able to meet each and every one of our students in an individualized plan. Here's our priorities. We're working to, one, increase our collaborative learning structures. We've got some great models, being that at the middle school and the high school, and so we're really looking to try to improve that engagement across the board for all our middle school and high school students. And obviously reading and writing and literacy always a focus. Our focus is moving forward for next year. Expectations, again, want to make sure that we're using all our systems and processes. PLCs is how we do business. We need to make sure that we have clarity in, one, our expectations, academic and behavioral. Our MTSS processes, as well as mental health and wellness, not just this year, but always a focus for us. A focus for the entire district, as we know. Some of our obstacles, we are not what a lot of people think we are. The perception out there as far as what a traditional alternative ed is not what we are. We really work to try to overcome some of those obstacles. Additionally, we've got some continuous work always in making sure that we are providing and really hitting and getting those essential skills, not only in Edgenuity, but also in the direct environment as well. And so with that said, our focus is, again, cooperative learning, continue to build positive culture within PAR, and we're going to have opportunities to mentor, and that's staff to staff as well as from building to building, and so that's what that liaison program is. Here's some of our highlights. Again, you can see several, obviously pre-COVID, you see nobody with masks up there, but you do see a lot of the opportunities that we have within our partnership with LAC. And a few more. And some of the hands-on learning opportunities, and Mr. Power is doing a demonstration there. And I think we've got one more, that may be it. Yep. And so there's the outdoor classroom, and again, have some students that have had some collaboration with some other agencies and supports. You see Bluegrass Challenge Academy, Job Corps. You've got some other folks that are ebbing and flowing from different transitional environments, and so supporting those students coming and going as well. So I hope that provided a little bit of an overview as far as what we are and how we try to best serve. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I would comment. I will say for sure that when I joined the board, I did not have a good understanding of what you do at Safe Harbor, and had the chance to come down, and I would encourage the new board members to stop by and take a tour. It is phenomenal. And you are a wonderful champion for all of your students, and that shows in each interaction. They are really lucky to have you to lead, and everyone at Safe Harbor. It's a really neat environment.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's a privilege to serve, and we have, again, a fantastic group of educators and fantastic young adults. But thank you all for your all support, and Mr. Hawkins, and obviously we're well supported as far as being able to have opportunities to best serve each and every young adult. So thank you.
Good. Do any of the other board members have any questions or comments?
I'd like to say something.
Sure.
I know when I first joined the board, I had the misconception actually that Safe Harbor was for our kids who strictly had trouble getting along in school. They stayed in trouble. You know, it was a constant battle for them. But as soon as I visited, I also learned that a lot of these kids who are there are also kids who just don't thrive well in a public school, in a large environment. They go to Safe Harbor and they do so much better there. And it's not because they have any kind of disciplinary issues or anything. So I wish that our community knew more of what Safe Harbor does and how it's kind of dedicated to each individual student. Of course, my interest was sparked tonight when you said that one of the students would go through and come out going into school to be a master electrician. I think because, of course, that's what my husband does, but and I'm a huge supporter of the trade community these kids will be a huge contribution to our society. It's often a non-celebrated occupation because they are blue collar, considered. They don't get a lot of celebration, but these kids will come out of those colleges, those 2-year colleges, 2-year degrees, making more money with less student debt than a lot of kids who spend 4 to 6 years getting a degree. So what they're doing at Safe Harbor and celebrating these kids who decide to do a trade is a huge contribution to society and to our country. And I am overwhelmed and joyed that this is what's coming out of Safe Harbor, because a lot of those kids kind of do get stigmatized, and seeing them coming out and being successful and hitting their feet running is overwhelming and exciting for me. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Culbertson, this is Sherry. I just want to say thank you to you and your staff for all that you do every day. I know that, our kids that have the greatest challenges, sometimes you have the greatest reward when you're able to see those little incremental adjustments and progress and successes. And I think that what you all do every single day changes lives. And I know that you all know that, but I just want to say thank you so much. And please share with your staff how grateful I am.
Thank you, will do. It's our privilege. Thank you.
Ms. Glass?
Well, having been a new board member, I think one of the things I've been looking forward to most is coming to Safe Harbor. Like Ms. Richardson and Ms. Dean and Ms. Bradley said, I myself don't know a lot about Safe Harbor, so I'm very excited to come. But I have heard tremendous things from parents and students alike about your school. So I'm very excited. Whenever we can have visitors, let me know, because I would love to come.
Well, thank you. We'd love to have you both, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I would echo Ms. Glass's comments and just right along with her. So
It's
thank
neat.
you very much.
It is really neat. Mr. Hawkins?
I'll just say that students who attend Safe Harbor, they just need a different setting, and I'm very glad that our district provides that type of setting so that students can be more successful. And the reason that they can be is because you've got a group of adults who truly care about those kids, our kids, and they seek out opportunities to help them be successful. And so certainly appreciate Mr. Culbertson and all that he does and all that our staff does, because just when you interact with our Safe Harbor students, they appreciate seeing you. They're glad to interact with you. They'll tell you how they're doing, and it's really no different than any other building. It's just smaller. And so that's pretty neat to see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, we'll have Ms. Kirk from Woodford County Middle School.
Thank you for allowing me to come tonight and speak about one of the most incredible buildings in the district, and I can say that and be biased if I want to. I do represent Woodford County Middle School. Our mission is supporting, preparing, and growing students toward a successful future. Our vision is to inspire a generation of lifelong learners who positively impact their community and the world. So this year has been different, but different doesn't mean you can't set goals. So from the start, I was an interim, and the admin team that we had in place and the leadership we had in place, we still had goals for how are we going to get through this? How are we going to make sure our staff feel supported? How are we going to feel? How are we going to make sure our children succeed in a time of such uncertainty? So one thing that we have done at WCMS is we have a pretty strong MTSS structure, and I know you all have heard about that quite a lot. One thing we put a huge emphasis on this year was the social emotional health of not only the students but also the staff. And we also had our very first animal therapy dog that was introduced, Miss Hazel, and I'll talk about her in just a second. Another huge part of WCMS has been our professional learning communities. That has been in place for the past 5 years. This is nothing new to what we do, but we still made sure through teaching virtually and hybrid and in person that we continue to focus on teacher clarity, essential standards, weekly review of data and where students were, and also that piece of engagement, which we know is so important. So when we talk about our MTSS structure, the one thing that drives our structure is our comprehensive school improvement plan. So through that, all of our committees are here. The additional piece, like we had talked about, are in bold. It's kind of hard to see, but it is the social emotional piece. We started a tier 1 social emotional. I know Ms. McHale and Ms. Glass have kids at the middle school, so that has started. They have probably seen that. It is second step. It has opened up a lot of conversations between families that may not have had, or those conversations may not have happened without some of this tier 1 instruction that we were given. That has continued, regardless if a kid is in virtual academy or in person. That's for all kids. Something else, moving forward, we're going to focus on our future advisory programs. So kids can be involved in different class challenges, class meetings, or service learning projects. Our tier 2 and tier 3, we are very intentional about matching intervention with student needs. We started that last year and it has continued through this year. We also have lunch bunch groups provided by our school counselors that target behaviors based on those student needs that they may have. And we also have committees, and those committees fall within this structure. And basically, if you look at this, this is a lot of people working together to make sure our kids are successful. So something that we got involved in this year, Ms. Francis knew that we were focusing on social emotional health of our staff along with our students. So we teamed up with the University of Kentucky and did a secondary trauma stress breakthrough collaborative series. In this, some of the goals were to increase the competency of staff to respond to secondary trauma. It also increased the capacity of the school to plan and implement improvements that promote staff wellness and resiliency, and also to reduce risk of exposure to situations and events that result in secondary trauma. So these meetings have occurred all year. Within these meetings, we had team members that were our social worker, we had school counselors, teachers, administrators, as well as a district support, which was Miss Amy Oates. So that was something we got involved in during the pandemic. So if you look at this, this is our house. It's really hard to see, and I can give you all a blown up copy, but what it is a house of how are we? So we were trying to learn how to best build resilience with our staff, promote safety, and how to best implement an informed organization and leadership practices. So this survey was sent out to staff in January and then again in May, and I'm going to show you what it looked like in May. So in the house, so this is our house at WCMS, there are 6 domains. And so one of those is resilience building activities, promotion of sense of safety, organizational policies, practice of leaders, routine organizational practices, and evaluation and monitoring. So the goal is to have a whole green house. As you see, we did not. We did have some green, which I was excited about. There was no red, which was a positive, right? Because I thought, that's great, we're not a dumpster fire. So when you look at anything when you start, you go, okay, so we have room for improvement, so that's awesome. So what we did, thank you, is we made a goal setting worksheet. So our goal setting worksheet was around 3 parts of our house that we needed to work on. And one was monitoring and outcome evaluation. We immediately started doing a staff SEL check-in every week. So that's part of the new newsletter I send out weekly to the staff. And on that just says, how are you doing? Is there anything we can help you with? Any way you can be supported? We started with having the teachers do it, and it collected emails, and then we decided to do it anonymously, and we found out anonymously really gives us a really true picture of how they're feeling in a particular moment. Another thing that we focused on was the routine practices. In just a second, I'll show you some things that we have done very intentional to make sure that staff have felt included in various parts of the building. And then last thing is the informed policies and how we could provide opportunities for the staff to decompress during the day if needed. All right, so this is a big collage of different things that we have done that have become our routine practices at WCMS. We've had trivia nights, we did Derby Day recently, we had a Halloween costume, we've done Lucky Duck, which is where they get a duck and they put a number on the bottom, and if you get the Lucky Duck of the day, then you get a gift card. It's very exciting, actually. We've had staff bingo. Mr. Hawkins participated in that. He did not win, but he was involved. We had a retiree this year, Miss Derby Akers, and we celebrated her retirement. We did Shamrockin' activities, which were, that was actually called by one of our teachers, Rebecca Preston, where teachers could step out of their comfort zone and try something different. And we promoted them if they did something different and they got a shamrock by their door. So that was during March. We also did the WCMS 30-day Happy Teacher Challenge, where they had to have 30 different days where they posted on social media. We've done, the coffee truck is always very popular at our school. And also Tiger Pride. That's probably one of the best things. Joe Albert, our Dean of Students, came up with that. We wanted to find a way for staff to nominate staff. So that's what they do. So when you see Tiger Pride, and a lot of you probably see or follow us on Twitter or social media, that's what we're doing. That staff member has been nominated by another staff member. And so we wanted staff to have that sense of love and appreciation, not just from the administration, but also from each other. So that has been a huge positive. Also, in our newsletters, we have the Superstar. Those can be made by admin as well as other staff members, and those go out weekly. So those are just some of the things we've done. We've had food trucks. We've had a DJ come. That was closer to the beginning of the year. But again, it all comes down to making sure we're being intentional about making people feel loved and cared about during a time of uncertainty. So you see our house changed. We had 2 green, and now we have several green, which we were very excited about, and we didn't go backwards. So we didn't have any red, but some of our yellow or orange turned to yellow, and some of our yellow turned to green. So that basically means that things have changed in that consistency. So this survey was given out in April, so right before the board meeting tonight, and this is how our house has changed. So we're looking to continue doing this, to making sure to be intentional about what we're doing for our staff, to make sure that we are promoting health, not just for the kids, but also for the staff, the social, emotional health of our staff. Thank you. And this is Hazel. If you haven't been to WCMS, I ask for you to come see it. Nobody else, just come see Hazel. She is spectacular. She is our animal therapy dog. She is owned by our school counselor, Miss Kelly Sayer. She pays for all of that, the training, recertification every year. Hazel is in our building anywhere between 2 to 3 days a week. I know Bob came this week and did a whole article on her, or it's going to come out, on Hazel and how we do this. One thing that's really great about Hazel is that she's opened up communication between our staff and students to Miss Sayer that maybe would not have happened otherwise. It's one thing to stop and say, Miss Sayer, how's your day? And okay, go, fine. It's another for them to stop, sit down, and pet Hazel, and then she say, how's it going? And then they say, not so good. And we have found that a lot more kids and staff have opened up to our school counselor because Hazel has kind of been that icebreaker. So we have seen her as a huge positive. I love her. I love when she's at school. She's great. You know, if you're having a bad moment, I don't call it a bad day, I call it a bad moment. If you're having a bad moment, she's great to get a hug from and move on. And we're also very sensitive about kids who are fearful of dogs, and we have a plan in place for that. But she's been a great asset to WCMS this year. So our other big rock at WCMS has been PLCs. We meet weekly. We are very data focused. We are looking at what kids know, what they don't know, and how we can either extend or enrich them, as well as provide remediation if needed. We have focused on essential standards, and I'm going to tell you that this year we thought we had essential standards, but now we really have essential standards. We have learned that we have taught way too much for way too long, and what do kids really need to know in order to be successful. We also focus on success criteria so that kids understand I'm starting here to get here, and how am I going to do that? I should be able to see that progression. Another huge focus at WCMS is teacher clarity. We know that with teacher clarity, if kids understand what the teacher is teaching, they're much more likely to learn that and be able to put that in their long-term memory and do better. So that has continued to be a focus at WCMS. Another huge piece at WCMS this year has been equity. I know it has been a focus in the district, but it's also been a focus in our building particularly. We have had a One School, One Book initiative that has been voluntary. We have made sure that our building represents our kids in our building. We have done the unconscious bias in schools. We actually had a meeting right before this meeting that was led this year by Emily Milby, one of our teachers, took that on. And we have actually learned a lot about each other and also grown in the process. We have become very aware of what we wasn't sure that was a problem. We talk a lot about getting comfortable with being uncomfortable so that we can better the students that we serve. Those are just some pictures. We also have been very aware and sensitive to the primary languages in our building. We do have a student in a family who speaks Italian, so everything is always translated in Italian and not just Spanish and English. So that has always been included in any kind of newsletters or stuff that go out, because we want to be sensitive to make sure that all families have access to the information coming from the middle school. We have also made all of our PBIS expectations, hallway signs are all bilingual in the hallway, so they are in Spanish and in English. The staff have engaged in modules as far as cultural responsiveness and awareness in the adverse childhood experiences, or you might have heard of ACEs, the trauma-informed practices, family and community engagement, and then this week, Ms. Doss and I will be talking to our staff about culturally responsive instruction. And what does that look like here at WCMS, and how can we be better? So that's a little bit about equity. And then the last thing is really exciting to me. A few years ago, actually right before the pandemic, Ms. Tracy, the AP, and I went to a conference in the middle school and met a lady by the name of Kim Campbell. Kim Campbell finally was able to come after a year after the pandemic. We've held her and held her and held her. She is a renowned speaker about restorative justice. And what does that look like in a middle school or any school? She is actually a dean where she is at, and is also a teacher at the same time. And she's all about restorative justice and making sure that bridges are not burnt with relationships, and that consequences can be given and students' respect and dignity can be kept intact. So some of the questions that guide restorative justice is staff to student, or staff to staff: do we forgive, hold each other accountable, have fun? Staff to students: do we forgive, build relationships? Are we all about punitive versus understanding what is causing the behavior? Do we gather student voice? And student to student: do we deliberately create a safe, welcoming community? So all of this goes into restorative justice is not just a one-time sit-down professional development. Mr. Hawkins and I have talked about this. It is a process. It could take up to 4 years to be completely a restorative justice school, but I am optimistic. And Ms. Kim Campbell is part of best practice that Ms. Dr. Jones put together. So she is coming back to the district to do a PD that she did for us, but I caught her for the next day because I thought it was very smart because she was already here. So she's actually going to begin our journey of being a model restorative justice school here in Woodford County. So we are going to start that journey on August 6th. We stepped our toes in it just a little bit, but our staff was very much committed to making sure that we keep intact our relationships that we have with our kids, so that they can not only feel better, but they also can do better. And then one thing we have to do is celebrate our kids. WCMS, we have the best of the best kids. We've had some kids come through and shown resilience this year. Some of the highlights this year, Carolina Ray was our state governor's cup champion in writing. We are our 6th grade girls basketball conference champion, 8th grade boys basketball conference champion. Addison Moore this past weekend is the KTCCCA middle school state champion in cross country. The boys soccer conference champion, they are undefeated in regular season and never scored on. Miss McHale has a child on there. And then also Faith Davis, our technology. She is in Technology Student Association State Conference. She got first place in prepared speech, challenging technology issues, technology essay, and leadership strategies. And I will say for our kids that have been in any kind of activity or extracurricular activity, they have shown such resilience this year, following all the guidelines that have evolved in order to participate in what they love. And I have been so extremely proud of each and every one of them for doing that. We've had no issues with anything, and they have been absolutely phenomenal. And so the last thing I'll leave you with is something that we tell the staff every day and the students. We never leave a moment without the kids knowing that we love them. That started when Mr. Bruno walked in the door, and it's going to continue until Ms. Kirk leaves the door. We want kids and staff to know that we love about them. So at the end, remember that you are loved. Any questions?
I would say I had a chance to serve with Ms. Kirk recently on a committee, and the energy is infectious. You bring energy and fun, obviously, to the middle school and everywhere that you serve, and I think the staff is wonderful. I've really enjoyed the Pride, getting to read a little bit more about the different teachers and administrators. That's a great avenue for us to see. But thank you for everything that you're doing. Obviously, the emphasis on mental health for not just the students, but the staff, that's very welcome. Ms. McHale?
I think even, from a professional perspective, just me looking at what we've done personally, I think it's so impressive to look at, and I love a heat map anyway, but to look at a heat map like that and to see not only did you not regress, did you not stay the same, but you actually made improvements during this pandemic, that is, bigger than no small feat there. It's nothing short of super impressive, and I think everybody is lucky to have programs like that available. From the kids' perspectives, I think middle school, so far, at least for me, has been it's been the toughest ages for the kids, and they go through so much change in those 3 years, and having that feeling of you're loved every day at the end of the day, that means probably the most to them. And then I think lastly, in extracurricular activities and bringing Hazel on board and everything that you do for our kids every day, it's not like that in all districts. And I think that it's a real testament to the families, to our staff, and I think that it's made all the difference for our kids over the last year. So thank you very, very much.
Ms. Class?
Well, as someone who lives with one middle schooler, God bless you for living with all of them all day long. No, all jokes aside, like Ms. McHale said, having a middle schooler is a tough time, and to have, from what we have seen, at least at our house, and talking to other parents, even through a pandemic, it has seemed to be a seamless transition. So I think that you and your staff should be commended for that. And it looks like and seems like WCMS is a great place to be, so you guys should be proud of that.
Ms. Springate?
I would just echo and say that it's just clear that you have hit the ground running, and I just thank you and your staff for all your hard work this year. I think culture is such a big thing at every level of education, but especially in middle school. That just matters so much. So thank you. We're very impressed. You all keep up the good work.
And Ms. Richardson?
I never doubted for a second that Miss Kirk wouldn't be an amazing leader at the middle school. And, the middle school years, I know times two, are absolutely the toughest. And it's really important to have someone who is so dedicated in making change. And the presentation that she gave tonight was just, it was detailed, it was on point. It gives us a great opportunity to see everything that they're doing and, you know, that they're actually making real progress. So I appreciate it. And, you know, like, I'll echo what Amanda said. Bless her heart with all of us in school.
Mr. Hawkins?
Well, I guess a special shout out to Ms. Kirk. Not many people would want to take on an interim position in the middle of a pandemic. But I think that shows where her heart is concerning Woodford County Middle School. And the school itself had become probably one of the highest performing middle schools in the state over the last 3 to 4 years. And I have no doubt that it will continue on an upward trajectory. The staff there is fantastic. They truly care about the kids, but they also care about one another. And I think that's extremely special. And so, you know, Liz, I think, has tried to be very creative in terms of finding ways to recognize folks, not only kids, but also our staff. And again, I'm excited to see where that school will continue to go under Liz's leadership. So thank you, and thank your staff because they bring it every single day.
They're spectacular.
Doesn't Ms. Kirk have a hashtag now?
Hashtag permanent.
Hashtag permanent.
Yes, I like it.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next, Mr. Howell from the high school will be presenting.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello.
So, good evening. My name is Morgan Howell, principal at Woodford County High School. I took the liberty to maybe take a little different approach on this presentation, being that this is my first year. I've kind of relegated myself to the fact that I'm going to have 2 first years, this year and next. But I thought what I might share with you is a little bit about my philosophy and the culture that I hope to create at Woodford County High School. So this is a similar presentation that I shared with teachers at the beginning of the year, obviously a much more condensed version. But my hopes is that in the next 3 to 4 years, that this culture is a little bit more prevailing, and you see that within the interactions in the classroom, the way we kind of do business at Woodford County High School. Next slide, please. And so, just like it, I mean, everything starts with a philosophy, right? In order for you to have a particular direction, you've got to know what you believe, and you got to know why you believe it. When I coached football, there was a certain philosophy that I had with how I wanted offense and defense. When I taught as a teacher, there were certain skills that I had a philosophy that I believed that should be embedded in those students. So these essentially are 3 philosophies that I believe as a school leader are important to share with not only the kids, but the teachers, and kind of in turn creating that culture. First thing, success and excellence depend upon habits and character. I tell students all the time that I hope all of you end up with a 4.0 GPA and a 36 ACT score. More than likely, though, that's not going to happen. And the good news is it's okay, because a person's success in life is really dependent upon what kind of man or what kind of woman they are. Are you hardworking? Do you think about other people before you think about yourself? Are you honest? Do you do the right thing when no one's looking? So integrity. And to me, that builds the foundation for everything else that hopefully you want to see in those young men and young women when they leave here at high school. And then 2, once that foundation's built, preparing students for life and transition to college, technical school, and military. One is not better than another. College, technical school, and military are all good. All 3 fantastic opportunities for students, but provide 3 different tracks and 3 different ways and avenues of approach in which they'll go. I know over the years there's been a huge push to college. Of course, right now, most of us know that the technical, the skilled trade is really where the job market's at. Obviously, being a member of the National Guard and knowing the difference that going to basic training and the military's had in my life, again, another career opportunity for students. And then the third, and a little bit more what you'll hear about today, is culture. I'm a big believer in trying to instill commitment, not compliance. I think to kind of develop a culture takes about 3 to 4 years based on past experience. And that's kind of with, again, what you see kind of in the student interactions as well as with teachers. But when you think about culture, it's those traditions, it's the norms, and really it's about relationships, support, and trust. And again, it takes time to build those things. But once we have that culture, next slide please, these are essentially the 5 expectations that I shared with teachers early on in the year. These are expectations I came up with. I guess I can't say whether they're research-based or not, or whether you can see them in a textbook, but I do believe there are 5 prevailing philosophies that I think are tried and true. Number 1, what is happening in your classroom is the most important thing in the world. Number 2, every day, bell to bell. Number 3, be sure to take advantage of opportunities to discuss life and character. Number 4, the lesson content should be challenging, high expectations for all students. And then number 5, what you are teaching must be useful and valuable, not just for the sake of the test or because the standard said so. Next slide, please. So principle number 1, what is happening in your classroom is the most important thing in the world. I remember as a young teacher, there's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Terry Johnson. He's a French teacher still there teaching after about 40 years at Franklin County High School. Arguably probably one of the best, if not the best teacher I've ever witnessed. And I remember as a young teacher teaching freshmen, which is the hardest grade level in high school, government and economics, I'd walk by his classroom, and some of those same kids that I'm struggling with in the classroom are the most studious kids, on point, doing everything they're supposed to be doing in Mr. Johnson's classroom. And so one day, he's a guy that I went out to, and he mentored me quite a bit, and I'd ask advice. I said, Mr. Johnson, what is going on? I've got little Timmy in my classroom. He is not doing the same things in my classroom he's doing in yours. He said, well, we're learning French. We're like, yeah, I understand that. You're learning French, but what are you doing different? He goes, that's it. We're learning French. I said, what does that mean? He goes, don't you know French is the most important thing in the world? And I realized in everything that Mr. Johnson does in his classroom, it's just that. He's going to bell to bell every day. Nothing supersedes French. Classes or students don't want to leave his classroom to use the restroom because they don't want to miss 1 minute of French with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is one of those gentlemen that makes a difference in the lives of those students. I still see it on social media. He tends to get Teacher of the Year award quite often in Franklin County. But it is that aspect of what I'm teaching is the most important thing in the world. And so I started taking some of that aspects as a teacher, and immediately you start seeing the difference. Because if I value it to the point where nothing supersedes government and economics, the kids start believing that too. Next slide. And then obviously, if I'm going to argue that what I'm teaching is the most important thing in the world, every day then must be bell to bell. A good lesson's kind of like a good book. It's got an introduction, a body, and a conclusion. And during that time, bell to bell is what we're going to do, because if I have you for an hour or if I have you for 90 minutes, this is the time I want to make the most use of. There's not any lining up at the door at the end of the day, because we've got to teach bell to bell. So as soon as that bell rings, we're going to start learning, and we're not going to end until I dismiss you. Was always the approach I took, as opposed to the bell dismissal. Next slide. And then here's probably one that I pay most attention to, and one that I value as a teacher myself. Be sure to take advantage of opportunities to discuss life and character. Before I left on a deployment to Afghanistan, I was able to bring my wife up to Fort Dix, New Jersey, and then we went to Ground Zero, and essentially I took her on a tour of Ground Zero. And along that way there was a visitor center about the size of a classroom, and you walked in, and there was picture after picture plastered with moms, dads, kids, and it was all men and women and children that had died that day on 9/11. And I still remember my wife just kind of crying and shedding a tear. And it is the most humbling experience when you're sitting in that room and you realize that these men, these women did nothing different other than wake up that day, go to work, to no fault of their own, not make it back. And when I came back from that deployment, one of the questions that I started asking, because I'd always start my class with a bell ringer, is that question there. And I said, guys, I'm getting ready to ask you the 2 most important questions you can ever ask yourself. And I'm like, all right, what is this? I said, there's nothing I'm going to teach you in this class this year that's going to be more important than these 2 questions. And that is, why are you here? What is your purpose? We know we have a beginning, we know we have an end, but what is it we're supposed to accomplish? I truly believe we're here to set students on a path that it's not about what you're doing and how prestigious it is. It's not about how much money you're going to make. It's not about what kind of car you're going to drive. But what you're doing, does it make a difference in the lives of others? Is it fulfilling? Is it meaningful? And that's hopefully what we can kind of start creating here. And then another question, what is one question you've had but never found the answer to? And I remember students talk about, why my dad doesn't want me, or why my dad's not around, or I don't know why I'm here, what am I supposed to do? And it starts generating a discussion where you can start talking about life and character, because it creates that that tempo and that setting for what you want the rest of the year to look like. Next slide. Listening and content should be challenging, high expectations for all students. So Mr. Lonnie Lewis, I think my department chair, he was at a point in his career where the only thing he was teaching was advanced placement. He was the department chair, he was going to decide he was going to teach advanced placement, and that was it. Well, one year our principal told Mr. Lonnie Lewis that he was going to have to teach this group of freshmen that were considered some of the troublemakers at the middle school, and they basically grouped them all together in a classroom. Mr. Lonnie Lewis did not teach anything else other than AP, and he tried to get himself out of it, and basically the principal's like, no, you're one of our best teachers in the department, you're teaching this class. And so he thought about it, and this is obviously a story he shared with me, and he goes, I'm still going to teach it as an AP class because that's all I teach. So day one, these kids show up who did not have very high expectations, which is unfortunately why they were grouped together in this classroom. He says, guys, I hate to break it to you, but this is an advanced placement class. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, this is AP. He goes, I only teach AP classes. And he goes, I already worked it out with the counselors. It's not on the schedule, but this is an advanced placement class. And he said, Morgan, he goes, I came in, he goes, I was wrong. I had low expectations of these students. But the fact that I told them this was an AP class, he goes, it was one of the best classes I ever taught. And it was all because he set the expectations of what he wanted them to do and to know and to leave that class. Year 2 of teaching, I was teaching an honors government econ and then a regular, I'll put the air quotes there, government econ. And so I had a different bell ringer, right? Because I thought I was supposed to teach the honors class different than the other class. And I remember about a month or two in, a young lady raises her hand, she says, Mr. Howell, why do we have a different bell ringer than the honors class? How do you answer that? You're not good enough? You're not able to do it? You're not smart enough? You're not in this honors class? And so I realized pretty quickly that even though we have this honors label on it, the standard and the expectation is the same. Because I'm not doing these students any justice if I don't maintain that same expectation, that same standard, regardless of whether it's got that label on that class or not. Next slide, please. The other thing I'll add to that before too, a lot of times in high school we start asking, how do I know what I'm doing is challenging? How do I know, if this is setting high expectations? And I've found that if we try to take the standards that society has and the expectations society has for students when they leave here, that's probably a pretty good marker. So for example, when I taught economics, one of their expectations was to create a small business plan. The school was the market niche. They created a business plan, they had to provide a service or some sort of product to that student body. That small business plan was something they could probably turn into the Small Business Administration because that's the standard. That's the expectation. So a lot of times when we talk about what that looks like, to me it's those standards that already existed, whether it be behaviorally or academically out there in society. Principle number 5, what you are teaching must be useful and valuable, not for a test because the standard said so. So I've taught a philosophy class the last few years as an assistant principal. I hope to do that here. Maybe I'm being a little ambitious, but I'd love to be able to do that. And I remember we were talking, and as a social studies teacher, I got that question quite a bit. Mr. Howell, why do I got to know this? How am I ever going to use this, U.S. history fact or whatever the case is? Well, teaching a philosophy class, a young lady said, Mr. Howell, why she goes, I apologize, and I hope you don't get mad at me. She goes, but why do I need to know this? And I said, well, first off, why are you apologizing? And she said, she goes, I asked the teacher why we need to know this, and that teacher got pretty upset with me. And I said, well, I'm going to disagree with that teacher. I said, anything that I'm teaching in this class, you should be able to ask me that, and I should have an answer for it. And so I went on to explain the skills that we're hopefully going to utilize in philosophy and how those will be valued. Because in philosophy, obviously, there's a lot of debating, a lot of arguing. You've got to argue a point from point A to point B. And it was these skills that I kind of were able to relay to her. And she goes, okay, I understand that. And I think it's important, too, in this day and age where in 5 seconds we can Google something and find an answer to anything. It is really the skills now that I think we ought to be developing in young men and young women on how we use that information that we have access to. What do we do with that information now that we have access to it, and how's it going to be utilized? And we can kind of go on with critical thinking skills and things of that nature. Next slide, please. And so in the end, I think one thing is to kind of keep important, especially from a teaching perspective. In this day of accountability, in this day and age where there seems to be so many different priorities, what I ask teachers is, one, have fun. We joined this profession for a reason. We joined it because we have a passion for whatever subject we're teaching, and we want to make a difference in the lives of others. And then obviously finally staying true to your values, which you know is important for those students in the next step. Because it really is setting those students up for success, whether it be college, technical school, or the military. And then one last thing I'll add, and I think this definitely plays into at least my argument with kind of the behavior and the character piece. You know, being at several different counties, talking to many different chambers of commerce, talking to people in my family who own businesses, members of the National Guard who own businesses, that is the one thing they're dying for right now, is people that just, you know, firm handshake, look them in the eyes, show up to work on time. All those character traits that I think most of us, like, yeah, that just makes sense. I feel we've started to kind of lack in public education. And listen, there is definitely ACT scores and accountability. That is part of it. But the other part is really building that foundation with what kind of men and what kind of women we're producing from the public school system. So, next slide. I'll leave you at that. That was essentially kind of a condensed version of the philosophy of mine that I shared with the teachers at the beginning.
Thank you. I think that's a very valid point, and something that we recently saw in a community survey is that people recognize we have to be teaching the life skills as well as the academic skills. And it's good to see that you feel that way as well. And certainly we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from parents and staff here at the high school that have been really excited to have you here. So thank you so much for coming tonight and telling us a little bit more about your philosophy. Ms. McHale?
Yeah, I would echo Ms. Bradley's statements. I think, you know, when we get to high school, it's more about what are the kids going to do when they're done, and that's not always college, obviously. And I think that the school, the district, does a great job of offering alternatives to kids, whether it's music, drama, culinary, ag tech, college, whatever that is. And again, I think that's another thing that sets us apart from other districts, not only in the state, but across the country. I have family across the country, and when we talk about the different things that are offered to my son who's a sophomore, it's astounding sometimes the reaction that we get from people. So I really appreciate everything we do. I think our teachers, all the way from kindergarten up to when you're a senior in high school, care about the kids, and I think that's really evident in how they treat the kids and also how our kids respond to them. Thank you.
My French teacher definitely did not capture that much enthusiasm from me, I will say. Ms. Glass?
First of all, thank you for your service with the Guard. And yes, I think your comments about as a small business owner, definitely that is needed probably in this community and lots of other communities. So I'm thrilled that our students are going to continue to have an emphasis on those life skills. So I'm excited to see what Woodford County will do.
Thank you. Ms. Springate?
I would just say thank you so much. I think that the culture of a school is so important. But just the philosophy and the focus on the student as a whole, and just doing really the whole school. I know you were talking about the classroom being bell to bell, but truly the high school is bell to bell too. I mean, it's wonderful, all the things that you all have been able to accomplish, and I'm deeply appreciative of you and your staff. I would also just say that we've now had presentations from all of our schools, and wow, I am so proud and so amazed and so humbled by our schools, by our staff, by our students. It's just amazing. It's just so clear to see the difference, you know, before Mr. Hawkins' tenure and the difference now. And it's clear to see we are clearly a district of distinction. It's amazing, just the passion, what you guys are doing every day, out of the box, in the box, for the students. It's just so clear, and it's really a beautiful thing to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson?
No, I'd just like to say thank you. I love watching these presentations and listening to what's going on, and I think that you're doing an amazing job. And I know the high school years are difficult as well. Students trying to find themselves and decide what they want to do and who they want to be. And I think that you're doing a great job, and I just appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mr. Hawkins?
You know, Ms. Kirk had a little bit of an advantage in that she had been in the building when she stepped in during the middle of this. Mr. Howell didn't have that. He was coming from another school district completely. And so to try to figure out how things are done in a different school district in the midst of a pandemic while trying to make sure that everybody's safe and that we continue doing great things in the classroom is not easy. But I think you saw tonight, he's such a genuine man who really cares about the kids and wants them desperately to be successful, regardless of the path that they choose. And I'm certainly excited to be able to see him be able to take this moving forward when we can be a little bit more normal and we can see a little bit more of these things in action. And when you put that together with the staff that we have here, I think that's going to be a really, really special combination. And so, you know, our teachers here, I think, do a fantastic job. And again, I think Morgan's the right guy to be leading us forward. And so I think we'll continue to see great things here. And so thank you again for sharing tonight and for having a focus on a culture piece that I think just because we've had some turnover in leadership, it just has to be reestablished, and it will take some time. But I think we have the right foundational pieces to make that happen.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to our regular agenda, and Mr. Hawkins, if you'll present the one-time supplement.
Sure. And this one-time supplement is part of our ESSER II spending plan. And what we are asking the board to approve is a one-time payment to all employees who performed additional services to prepare for and respond to the pandemic. That would include $1,000 for all full-time contracted employees, and it would be $500 for either part-time or full-time employees who were hired after January 1st. And if there are employees that may be in question about this, Mr. Wells will be working with those folks individually, and we will be determining what that supplement would be, if any. If it's the full amount, the 500, or not any at all. There are just a small number of employees who would fall into that category. But again, this is to approve a one-time payment to all employees who performed additional services to prepare for and respond to the pandemic.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the one-time supplement?
So moved.
There's a motion by Ms. Springate. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Ms. McHale. We will now have board discussion on this. Ms. Class.
I don't have any discussion right now.
Okay. Ms. McHale.
I guess my only question, just for clarity, would be, we are just discussing the one-time supplement, not the other items in the ESSERS 2 at this point.
Correct.
Okay.
I think ESSERS 2, we can get into more in depth with that next week, but with a longer meeting tonight, it might be best to.
Actually, we would need approval tonight because there's a May 15th deadline for the budget submittal. And I think because this is part of the ESSER 2 plan, I think we can combine those all for, if you want to approve the one-time payment, and then we can come back and do the remaining pieces of the ESSER 2 if you would like.
Okay. Then can I just ask one quick question then, as far as the different items that are in ESSER 2, when we approve this, are we bound to those dollars for those resources?
Almost all of them are going to be estimates.
Yeah.
So if there are adjustments can be made to the budget moving forward. We have until 2023 to be able to spend these funds. However, we do believe that this would be an effective utilization of the ESSER 2 funds that we've received.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
On that, if the board is to approve the one-time supplement tonight, when will that be paid?
Before the end of June.
Okay, and are there any additional requirements for the district to handle that, or is everything?
We will be working with the two retirement systems to determine how that would need to work with them. But that is essentially it.
Okay. Ms. Springate?
I would just say thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I think this was a very creative and out-of-the-box idea. I absolutely think that our staff has gone above and beyond. We're in school when a lot of districts couldn't be, and a lot of that had to do with our staff's can-do attitude and willingness really to do whatever it took to make sure that our kids were able to come in the building if that's what their parents and they were comfortable doing. So I'm deeply appreciative and certainly feel like that this is a well-deserved supplement. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Richardson?
I have a couple of questions. So is this across the board for all staff?
It would be all contracted employees, so any full-time contracted employee would receive $1,000. Part-time or full-time people hired after January 1st would receive $500. If there are any employees that may not have provided additional services based on their individual situation, then we would work with them individually, but that is a very small number.
Okay, so if we have teachers or staff who and I'm just throwing this out there, and I'm sure I'll get some backlash about it, but whatever, I'm trying to make this clear to our taxpayers, because there are a lot of people in this community who had to quit their jobs to stay home with their kids so that they could do online learning. I'm not taking anything away from our teachers who worked during that time, but a lot of our community people, our community members, our constituents who we work for, who the board works for, stayed at home. They didn't get a paycheck during COVID. They were at home with their kids while the teachers were teaching. And I'm not saying that the teachers didn't work and don't deserve to have a paycheck, but they were paid through the pandemic. And a lot of our community members and parents, we had one parent in each family and sometimes two, who either lost their jobs or had to quit their jobs to stay home with their students. So my point in asking my questions is, if we have teachers who stayed at home, who didn't go above and beyond, how do we decide as a board, or how do you decide who deserves this supplemental pay, this extra $1,000 or $500, and who doesn't?
The only people that would potentially not receive it would be those who weren't able to perform their duties while they were not able to be in person. Even those who may have been teaching online had to pick up additional skills and to be able to do some things that went above and beyond to be able to meet the needs of our students. And I will say that by and large, if we were at home, it was not necessarily our choice to be at home. It was because there may have been an executive order that required us to be at home, or there was some other circumstance within our community in terms of cases that kept us at home. Because I do think when we've had the opportunity to be in school, we have been in school.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't disagree that the majority of our teachers did go above and beyond. I'm just trying to make it clear that I know for a fact that as a board, if we approve this, we'll be celebrated by the staff. If we approve it, we'll be bombarded by the community. So I think that we need to make it clear, if we pass this, that we are being very intentional when it comes to who gets this and who doesn't. So if we pass it, how do you how do you say you deserve it and you don't, and you deserve it and you don't? How do you do that?
Again, it would go back to employees who were not able to perform their normal duties while they were at home. Those would be the ones that may be impacted.
Okay, another question that I have is if we approve this supplemental payment, one-time payment to the teachers and the staff, does that approve the entire list that you gave us of how you and your
Cabinet.
committee, cabinet wants to spend the money? Are we approving just this item? Because I think that it's very extreme to ask us as a board to look at this whole entire list and say, you have to approve it right now, we have to do it tonight, because that doesn't give us time as a board to really look into where it's going. So if we approve that tonight, the one-time supplemental payment, are we approving the entire list that you handed over to us?
Now, we can talk about the rest of the list separately. I did send it out a week and a half ago and offered to meet individually with any board member who may have questions. And I had no takers.
How much is the entire amount?
It's about 2.1 million.
Right. Well, myself personally, I've never taken, a week to decide how to spend over $2 million, especially when it comes down to representing an entire community on how to spend that money. So I am a little nervous about passing anything tonight when it comes to that, when we have 3 years to spend that money, and we're getting ready to move into a new, we're transitioning to a new superintendent. I don't want to tie that new superintendent down to spending an amount of money that's that large that we decided just minutes before that new superintendent was hired and selected by our superintendent committee. So, I feel like I just want to warn that if we do this tonight, and I support our teachers, and I think that they worked wonderfully and they worked hard, and it was a transition for everyone, students, teachers, parents, our community. I celebrate all of them, but, just handing out an extra bonus and I don't know how to say this, and Bob, I hope you put this in the paper the way I say it. I'm not taking anything away from teachers and what they did. I'm trying to specifically explain that as a parent sitting home, it would be easy for them to feel like, I quit my job, I stayed at home, we have lost our home, we've done without groceries, and we didn't get a paycheck, but this group of people who we are now giving a bonus did not miss a paycheck. I know I'm going to get backlash about that. I know I'm going to be the bad guy. I'm not trying to take anything away from our teachers. I want to make sure that we are explaining to our constituents why we've done this and how they deserve it without causing a huge uproar in our community, because we are a polarized board and everything we do is being watched like a hawk. I'm okay with hearing from the same 10 people all the time about how awful I am, but I want my constituents to know that I heard them when they were sitting at home, when they had to quit their jobs, when they didn't get a paycheck, when they didn't get their unemployment. I think it's important that we recognize that we hear those people before we just go out and do something like this in a week. This is a lot of money to spend in such a short amount of time, and I feel like, I don't know why, but for me, I feel like that we are being pressured and pushed to approve this when we don't have time to think about it and process it. $2 million is a huge amount of money. It's a huge amount of money. And I personally feel like we should do a work session on this and take our time and talk about it. Is there any way that we can get has any one of the other board members or you, Scott, if we approve this by the 15th, are we bound to this for the next 3 years?
As I stated earlier, if adjustments need to be made, they can be made. the new superintendent will have the opportunity to deal with $4.7 million. And that budget is not due until September. We have been working on this for quite some time. We do believe it's an efficient and effective way to utilize the funds. I'll be happy to go down through each one of these if you would like. But again, I'll go back to, I did send this information out quite a bit of time ago. I did ask if you had specific questions or concerns, or if you wanted to meet individually, that we would do that. And I received no responses about that. And so, I also, and there may even be some question whether the board has to approve the ESSER II, all of the funding, because the information that was sent out by the commissioner that was referenced in an email from Mr. Chenoweth, that specifically was about ESSER III. And so I don't know that there was any specific guidance about board approval on ESSER II. So, because I went back and looked at the guidance document today, and it doesn't reference that at all. The only mention in the email that he sent out on April 26th talked about the $2 billion that was sent, and that was ESSER III. But again, I'll be happy to go through each one of these because there was a lot of discussion among our staff, and we included principals in a lot of these conversations as it relates to some of these items.
Okay, I probably should have done this earlier, and I apologize, but Mr. Shaw is here with us. Mr. Chenoweth was not able to be here, our normal legal counsel, and Mr. Shaw is here in his stead. Do you want to kind of weigh in here on whether or not the board needs to approve ESSER II funding allocations?
Well, I believe Grant had recommended that the board, that it'd probably be a little bit better if the board did approve it. And I would agree with Grant's recommendation on that.
I did talk with Grant this afternoon because I pointed that out, that it was only referencing ESSER III in that. And so, I mean, if we want to go back and we could look at every email from the commissioner about ESSER II, I'm fine if the board wants to approve it. Again, I think what we have determined here is a good use of the funds. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions. If we want to do something on the one-time supplement, and then if we want to go through the other items, I'll be happy to go through those.
Okay.
Can we approve this, Ms. Bradley?
I'm sorry,
If we approve,
Go ahead.
okay, if we approve this tonight, is that basically saying that we accept the $2+ million, and then we can move forward with tweaking the amounts and where they go and what they're for?
Yes.
Is that correct?
So I believe what Mr. Hawkins is saying is that aside from the employee supplement, the rest of these are approximate allocations of the funds. And I'm guessing that if $425,000 isn't required for the summer programming, then that money can be allocated to another area.
Right, and that 425 covers for this year and next year.
I assume.
And so if not all of the 425 is spent, obviously those would be additional dollars that you could utilize for other purposes as long as it's done before September of 2023.
Okay.
And you can identify a new purpose for those funds, or would it have to be to one of the other ones that you?
No,
identified?
it just has to be an approved expenditure. And that's a pretty wide range of items. But again, we're trying our best. When you're trying to project out what costs might be 2 to 3 years down the road, you don't always know. But again, that's based on our past history in terms of what we've spent for summer programming, and knowing that this year's summer programming is going to be a little bit more intensive.
Okay, and
Ms. Bradley, this is Sherry. I just wanted to say that to be really clear, this agenda item, it's approved one-time supplement. So that is the only motion that's on the floor. And so I think we could probably talk about the rest of the supplement, the ESSER 2 funds, on the agenda where it appears later on. But I think it might be helpful for us just to go ahead and talk about just this one item, which is approve the one-time supplement, and to vote on that. Thank you.
Okay, I had asked that earlier, and Mr. Hawkins thought it would be better to group them together and do them now.
Well, I think it's a little tough to talk about one without at least considering the others. So if we can at least discuss, if we have questions of
Sure.
how something's going to impact something, I
Sure.
think that's fair. And then to vote on the 690, I think is fair as well.
Agreed. On the per pupil allocation, could you talk a little bit about that and explain how you guys arrived at that amount?
Right. And I know Dr. Jones and Mr. Asher have specifically worked on this piece. It is not the same per pupil allocation for each kid within the district. So elementaries, their per pupil is higher than the per pupil at the middle school and the high school, just because of the size of the schools. And we wanted to ensure that they had adequate funding to be able to carry out their learning recovery plans that they are developing.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And then on the technology allocation, how does that exceed what we have in our GEARS funding? Is it different technology demands?
It is. Now, what the bids this year were about 60,000 over what we had budgeted for the Chromebooks, and so we are going to be applying GEARS money, and then the additional 30,000 would cover this year.
Okay. And the EAP program, can you tell us a little bit about that?
That really came out of a staff survey in terms of expressing the desire to have access to some outside counseling services. And so our MTSS coordinator, Amy Oates, researched this, brought some proposals to us, and we looked at this. This would allow employees to have access to 6 free counseling sessions per incident, and it also includes their family. So again, as Ms. Kirk talked about earlier, the mental health needs of our staff, and so we felt like this was a great opportunity to be able to do this, and we are covering the cost of that over a 3-year period out of these funds.
And so the total is only $22,000 for that much?
That is correct.
Wow. And what defines an incident?
That's based on, I mean, it could be anything. If it's a financial issue that they are dealing with, then they can get counseling for that. If it's a relationship issue, then they can get counseling for that. So they get sessions for each one of those incidents.
Okay, I guess I should have phrased that better. It does not have to be pandemic related.
No,
That's what I meant. Okay.
No.
And I do think it's important to note that items like that that's not something out of the ordinary that normal employers are not offering their employees. So I do think if we're not doing it, I think this is a great opportunity for us to be able to include it and sort of bring up the standard of benefits that we're offering.
I agree with that completely. I think that as we've seen our principals talk about the mental health referrals just going through the roof,
For sure.
the thought that wouldn't apply to our staff doesn't seem logical. So that seems like a bargain for the number of employees that we have, the number of counseling sessions that are available, and to include their families. Ms. McHale, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the governance on the ESSER's funding? It seems like there's a guideline that says is this the one that has to be 85%?
It doesn't have to be. If you do spend 85% or more on direct services to students, then you are eligible for some additional dollars. And so this allocation meets that 85% threshold.
And does the staff allocation count
Yes.
toward that? Okay.
Yes.
So the direct services is pretty wide in its,
That is correct. The
Okay.
only thing that, on this list that may not count actually would be the Chromebooks.
okay.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
Back to the top one, the per pupil formula,
Mhm.
you said that, the elementaries are gonna be allocated obviously more because they have more. Are they gonna be, the elementaries allocated evenly?
It's based on per student.
Okay,
So obviously, if you're a smaller elementary, your allocation might be a little less than a larger elementary. But the per pupil is essentially the same at the elementary level.
Elementary is awarded $275 a child. Middle school is $150.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Martello. I'm not positive the mic is picking up for you. Could you guys hear him, Ms. Springate? Okay, no.
Elementary is awarded $275 a child. Middle school $150, and the high school $130.
Could you hear that? Okay. And so this allocation is due May 15th, but not required to be spent until 2023.
September of 2023, yes.
And then ESSER's 3, the
Is
allocation.
is until September of 24.
Okay, but when does the,
That budget is due the end of September of this year. Or maybe September 15th. It's either September 15th or the end of September.
okay.
Ms. Bradley, I have one other question.
Okay,
Am I correct in, the assumption that, the ESSER guidelines say that all stakeholders should be heard from on what this money should be spent on? And is this money supposed to help students? Is that correct?
It says, I think there has to be a reasonable inclusion of stakeholders. And so what we have done with this round, again, is we've based it on staff feedback in terms of the surveys, also information from our building principals, discussion with our cabinet, and then again trying to address providing a supplement for our staff for everything that they've done during the course of this year. It does meet the threshold of the 85%.
okay. Ms. Richardson, do you have anything else?
I think that the largest amount of our stakeholders are constituents, and probably 99.999% of those don't look at our agenda items, so they have no idea that as a board we're trying to decide how to spend this money. So I am a little disheartened that this is, brought on the board tonight to make a decision tonight on how to spend this money. We haven't heard from our stakeholders. So, while I do agree that our teachers and staff, a lot of them have gone above and beyond and deserve to have, some sort of reward for that, I feel like that as a board, we have actually failed miserably at letting our constituents know about this money and how we intend to spend it. And I don't see where this is helping our students. And as far as I'm concerned, that this is, I think that this money is supposed to be able to help our students. So, we'll vote on it, and I'll be okay with however it goes, but I want to make my point clear.
I would respectfully disagree that you say this doesn't benefit our students when you have $800,000 going to schools for plans that are potentially designed to help our students. When you have $425,000 allocated for summer programming, that is a direct benefit to students. The $30,000 for technology is a direct benefit to students. The EAP program, while it is counseling for staff, that is an indirect benefit to our students, because if our staff is well taken care of, then they do a better job in the classroom. And I would make the same argument with the one-time salary supplement. So again, I would just respectfully disagree that this is not going to benefit our kids.
Well, I agree with some of what you said, but until we assess the kids to see where they're at academically, how can you know what needs to be funded?
I do think that our schools have been assessing them all spring semester, particularly at the elementary level through our different testing that we do. And I know the middle school has done the same. So again, I think this is very much intended to allow our schools the autonomy to develop plans that will fit their students' need, and then us providing the resources for them to carry out their plans.
Is the intention of the cabinet and of you, Mr. Hawkins, for ESSERS 2 to be a more short-term remediation, and then ESSERS 3 to be a more long-term?
I think so, yes.
I do think that what Ms. Richardson said is valid. I think it's hard to know what the needs are going to be until we have those assessments. That's something that Mr. Asher and you have both been, saying kind of all along, is we have to figure out where the kids are at the end of this year, and sometimes those tests don't even come back.
No, but we've been doing map testing,
sure.
and so I do think we have a pretty decent handle on where students are academically. I think the great unknown is where they are from an emotional standpoint. And I think there will be a need to utilize some of ESSER 3 to help address that. And again, I think we are just now beginning to see some of that surface because I think kids were genuinely excited about being back in school. And now that we've been in a couple months, you're starting to see some of the other things start to surface up. And so I do think, the board will be in a great position moving forward to be able to address those out of those ESSER 3 funds.
And I do think, Ms. Richardson, to your point, if we want to try and have more conversations for the ESSER 3 money with different groups, that's totally a valid idea. I went to a training last week and they said, make sure that we've been telling legislators for decades that if we just had more money, we could do these amazing things. And we're getting that opportunity with more money. So we want to, as a board, as a district, and as a community, make sure that we do those amazing things that we have hoped to be able to do. And obviously remediation has got to be a part of that, and addressing the mental health needs is a big part of that as well. Are there any other questions? All right, then we will vote. Mr. Hawkins, do you want to vote for a total approval? Since we've discussed everything?
Why don't we do the vote on the motion that's on the floor, and then we can come back and do the full ESSER 2 plan after that.
Currently, you have a motion and a second. A motion by Ms. Springate and a second by Ms. McHale on the one-time supplement. That is the motion on the floor at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper has said that the motion on the floor right now is the motion by Ms. Springate, second by Ms. McHale, for the one-time supplement of $1,000 for full-time contracted employees and $500 for full-time contracted employees hired after January 1st.
Or part-time.
Or part-time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. All right. Now we're going to...
Ms. Bradley?
I think she...
Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
For the record, I voted nay.
I apologize. I did not hear you.
I'm sorry, I had my microphone off.
All right. Ms. Cooper, are you good? Okay. Thank you. All right, we are going to move item B and C until after our executive session.
Can you go ahead and vote on the ESER two, on the spending plan?
Okay, so the
Just
language-
simply because we've got to get that submitted by May 15th. And I know that's on next week's agenda, but I would respectfully ask that you consider doing that this evening since this is a regular meeting.
And I think that I'm certainly not going to assume that I'm correct on a legal front, Mr. Shaw, but I do know that Mr. Chenoweth has told us in the past that it's completely permissible if there is an item that is of an urgent or emergent nature or emergency nature that we can take action even though it's listed as part of next week's agenda. Is that correct?
I think that is correct. I would
Okay.
agree with that.
So Mr. Hawkins is requesting that we approve ESER 2 fund assurances. Is there a motion to do that?
The spending plan and then the assurances.
Oh, spending plan first. So item H on the agenda from next week.
So moved.
There's a motion by Ms. Springate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Glass. Is there any discussion, or do we feel like?
I have a quick question before.
Okay.
It's for the attorney. I believe our policy says that if there is something that we consider an emergency, that we could move it to the current agenda. Do we need to do that first, declare that we believe this to be an emergency and vote on that first, or is it okay to do it how we've done it?
Really, I think you can do it either way.
I just want to be careful because it's a federal thing, and we certainly don't want to mess that up.
I don't think we have declared things an emergency before. Mr. Hawkins, do you?
It's been rare. I mean, if it's happened at all. So, but I think given that, and the two are very much related in terms of the supplement was part of the ESER 2 plan. So I do think it's permissible given the timeline and the deadline that we are facing, that it could be moved. And again, this is a regular meeting.
Sure.
So items can be added or moved from one week to another.
Right, and Mr. Chenoweth has also said that our agendas are meant to be topical and
Right.
action can be taken arising from that topic that's within our purview. So there's a motion and a second to approve the ESER 2 spending plan. Is there any further discussion?
I just thought of one other thing I would like to ask him.
Of course.
Sorry.
No.
So given that this is going to be, what now, about $1.5 million that we're looking at for the remaining items, are we going to have any tracking mechanisms or periodic updates as to, the $800,000 for the schools? Is the $275 per child enough for elementary, or does one of the schools maybe need a little more than the other schools? How is that going to be handled and reconciled?
I think what we've done is we've given them a budget, basically, and to develop their plans accordingly. Obviously, if some things change and some other needs arise, again, you do have additional dollars that are available moving forward that could be allocated to help supplement these plans as it is right now.
And the tracking.
The tracking, we have to do quarterly reports with all of this federal money, and so that is a requirement. This has to be submitted to the Department of Education, and so they require us to do quarterly reports. And I'm not trying to speak out of turn because you may do things differently, but obviously as schools make presentations next year, they could part of their presentation could be how their plans are going and how those funds are being utilized.
Thank you.
I do have one other question.
Okay.
Mr. Hawkins, when did you receive notification that we would be getting this money, that the school district would be getting this $2+
I think we got the
million?
initial information in January, and then we did not receive, I don't think, guidance officially on how it could be spent until sometime in February. So we've been discussing this for about 2 to 3 months.
Okay, well, that leads me back to the fact that, you know, when our stakeholders should be included when we're spending this type of money, when we're spending any money, but when we're spending it specifically this type of money, $2+ million. If you've been talking about it with your cabinet for 3 months, why were we given this information and expected to make a decision on this in just a week and a half or so?
Well, up until last week.
With no time, we have no time to get this out to our stakeholders.
Up until last week, we weren't told that the board had to actually approve it. And so what we had been going on was that this would be like any other federal allocation that we receive, and that's something that the district makes a determination on. That's how we spend Title I, that's how we spend IDEA money. And so we were operating under that assumption that it did not require board approval. So until last week, when that was, and even when I sent it to you, I didn't, and if you remember from that email, I only talked about board approval for the salary supplement. It wasn't about the rest of the plan. So again, until I received that email, it was either Thursday or Friday, I did not realize, and still am not certain, that ESSER 2 requires board approval. So that's why we have been working on it as a district staff to develop the plan.
Mr. Shaw, can you give guidance on that? Is SR2, does it require board approval?
It's exactly what we talked about a little bit earlier. There's a split in thought as to what the board needs to approve, and there's been no really clear guidance given by KDE at this point. And that's why we thought it would be safe to just go ahead and give board approval for the plan that the schools and the district came up with for spending the money.
Right. I'm pretty sure that the SR guidelines say that you should get input from parents. Mr. Hawkins, did you do that? Or from only your cabinet?
We got it from our building principals, as well as we utilize staff survey information to help put together the plan. But no, we did not survey parents, and we typically don't survey parents when we're putting together a spending plan for federal dollars.
Mr. Hawkins, this is Sherry. Just to be clear, we're not talking about general fund dollars. These are not tax dollars. They're not local dollars. They're not state dollars. They're federal dollars that we got as a school district due to the pandemic, and they are very, very restricted and have to be spent in certain ways, and we've met all those guidelines with this plan.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaw, is it true that the SR guidelines say that you should reach out to all stakeholders as well as parents and et cetera?
I believe it does, but most districts have met that requirement through their, listening what the site-based council of each school has to say about it. And I'm not sure if they were consulted at all in this process, but what you're doing in your district is not really that much different from what other districts we work with are doing.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Hawkins, was our site-based council involved in this?
I believe the councils will be working with the schools in terms of their plans. But, and again, once we give schools allocations, that's typically when the school councils get involved. The school councils don't determine how much Title I money they get. They don't determine how much IDEA money they get. What they meet and determine is how those funds, once allocated, will be spent.
Okay, and just one last thing, I would like to point out that these are in fact tax dollars. Even though it's federal money, it is tax dollars. So, it's kind of a slap in the face to our constituents to say that these are not tax dollars when they in fact are. Ms. Bradley, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, if there's nothing further, we will vote on this, on the ESSER 2 spending plan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Nay.
Either way is fine. 4-1. And the fund assurances. Do you want to go through that, Mr. Hawkins?
I mean, those are guidelines that basically are saying that we're going to follow what.
These are not unique to Woodford County in any way. They're set
No.
forward by the government
That
to
is
keep
correct.
us in compliance
That
on
is
all
correct.
of these ESSER monies.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the ESSER fund assurances?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who said that?
Me.
Thank you. Ms. Glass, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. McHale. Is there any discussion? Then we will vote. All those in favor of approving the ESSER 2 fund assurances, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Nay.
The motion passes
Nay.
4-1. Okay, now we're gonna move item B and C until after the executive session, and we'll review the board agenda for next week.
Thank you very much for your support of those items. Certainly appreciate that, and I know our schools are excited to be able to move forward. They've been asking when they can start to get some money, and so once that gets submitted, then they will be able to access that, so thank you.
How long will that take, Mr. Hawkins?
Once we submit it in GMAP, that will be done this week, and then once that's submitted, as long as there's no issues brought up by KDE, which I do not anticipate any, then we spend the money and request a reimbursement for those funds.
So it's a flow through like some of our other things. Okay.
That is correct.
We're not actually waiting on the money to
No.
arrive. Okay, very good.
All right, I think the first item is the treasurer's report, so Mr. Martello.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to present the monthly treasurer's report, which is inclusive of the balance sheet, the monthly expenditure and revenue report.
Mr. Martello, I'm going to stop you for a second. I'm sorry. You may be better off sitting if you don't mind, just so they can hear you better. It looks like they're having a hard time.
Sure. So tonight I'm presenting our monthly report, treasurer's report, that's includes the balance sheet, the monthly expenditure and revenue report, as well as the cash balance fund report. Like always, I'll go into detail on some of the highlights with the cash balance by fund report, starting with the general fund. Again, we're seeing that balance, that cash balance on the Fund 1, since we're far removed from tax, the majority of our taxes coming in, that down to about 11.9 on the balance there. Going through special revenue, again, that balance is going down a little bit as well, because those funds, those grant funds are being charged appropriately to that grant. Skipping through, there's going to be a building fund transfer in the near future. When you look at the building fund, that little bit over $2 million, that will go down because it's going to transfer to the debt service to cover the debt payments that have already been made, as well as the future ones, or the ones in the near future. Debt service, notice that the revenue is north of the expenditure, so that balance is at that $624,000 mark for food service. And one item to note on daycare, that was the first time that we received a grant specifically related to the COVID environment and those hardships for the after-school program for our ETC. So had we not received that grant for daycare with an ending balance of $1,600, there was actually about $26,000 that would have been charged to the daycare operation fund for cash, but it was offset by this grant. So where there was a $1,600 balance now, it would have been the whole, like let's say $24,000 where it would have been, it's an offset. So we received, that grant is helping the cash balance on the daycare program.
So on that,
Yes.
I do have a quick question. Is the ETC an area that is eligible for any additional funding from the remediation money? I know a lot of times ETC provides a really valuable service to our kids in helping them keep up with their schoolwork. Is that a place that we can allocate some funds?
I think we did receive grants to be able to help us through this year. And part of what we are going to be recommending later on for your approval is a rate increase to help us become more sustainable. I think that's going to be a question that we would have to ask, because that is a standalone enterprise account, and it's not typically supported by the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if ESSER monies can be utilized for that or not. But we did receive a grant earlier that's going to help us get through this year.
I think if you're able to find that answer, I would welcome that information.
Will do.
Thank you. The other question, while we're pausing for just a second, on the food service fund, is the program continuing through next year?
Yes. The free lunch and free breakfast, yes. It has been approved to continue through FY22.
That's great news. I thought I saw that, but wanted to make sure. So we can expect that fund to continue to grow the way we have seen it this year so far.
At the very least, maintain. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, going back up to the top right-hand corner, again, the CARES has pretty much been spoken for the main CARES dollars. We received, $515,000, and that 483 is just reflecting our expenditures, because we have to support our friends in the community for the private school entities that also receive some dollars that are funneled through our district for their allocation for their kids that are free and reduced. And then GEARS, as Mr. Hawkins alluded to earlier, there's that $80,000, $85,000 amount there in that GEARS line item. We've already said we were going to use for the additional cost because of the price of the devices that are so expensive. The remainder of that GEARS plus a portion out of the ESSER 2 is going to help offset that balance or that additional cost of $60,000 that's going to occur in the near future in June or July to help with that additional Chromebook cost that we do annually for the rotation. And then one-to-one, you can see that amount is declining each month. And so what was passed last month with Mr. Gibson with that rate increase will help that one-to-one insurance project fund. Any questions?
I don't think so.
Great.
Anyone? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martello.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go through the agenda. The consent agenda, the donation request, we just have a small number of donations this month that we would ask for your approval on. Fundraisers, I think there's only one this month that we would ask for your approval. We do not have any travel requests. Item D, surplus property. This is technology end-of-life items that we are requesting that you declare surplus. We do have item E, and for new board members, if there is a student due to medical reasons that through their admissions and release committee, the ARC committee determines that a shortened school day is needed, the board must approve those. So this is recommended by the physician and by the ARC. And so we have one of those. We have several hardship applications this month, I think 7 in total. And those are all contingent upon the students meeting those minimum requirements by the end of this month. Item G, the 21-22 payday schedule. Basically, that's rolling over our pay dates from this year into 21-22. And then item H is a certified evaluation plan. And this is something that is required to be approved each year by the board. Dr. Jones leads that effort for us. And this is the plan that we utilize to evaluate staff, our certified staff.
So that is not a change.
No. Any questions about anything on the consent agenda? All right, for the regular agenda, item A is the personnel matters that have occurred since the last board meeting. Item B is the notification of payment of bills. C and D, this month we need to split up our board meeting minutes due to an absence. So we would ask that you approve those. We did get the final information in for our gas and diesel bid that we would ask for your approval. Tabulation sheets, I believe, are included in your packet. This is something that we bid each year. And so we ask for your approval on that. Item F is what we mentioned a little earlier about ETC. And again, we can certainly check on the whether ESSER funds could be utilized to support that. I do think when you look at our tuition compared to those of surrounding counties, we are quite a bit under. And so the rate increase is to $200 a month. I think right now it's $185, which is still really a bargain. I mean, when you think about if somebody goes 20 days in a month, a school month, and it's for 4 hours or 3 hours after school, that's 60 hours divided by 200. I mean, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good deal. And so we are recommending that tuition increase.
How much did that one increase last year?
It was about what Miss Hogg's here. It was about $160 a month prior to that, and we had not had a rate increase for 7 or 8 years.
Ms. Hogg said that the rate was 170 and it's gone to 185. Last year I knew we had a rate increase, I just couldn't remember how much it was. Right. Thank you very much.
And so again, the rate increase that we are proposing is very much in line with surrounding districts.
I do think if we can find out on the ESSER funding, if that's an opportunity for us to use that and not have to pass along that additional to our parents that are, using ETC, that would be great.
Yep.
We
can certainly do that.
Thank you.
The next item is to update our nursing positions. Currently, we have 6 nursing positions. 3 are LPN positions and 3 are RN. And what we are proposing is just to make it 6 positions, and that we would pay based on the qualifications that the person holds. So if they're an RN, we pay them as an RN. If they're an LPN, we would pay them as an LPN. What we found, particularly over the last year to year and a half, is we have struggled keeping people. Because if they go into what is designated as one of the LPN positions and they're an RN, we can't keep them. And so this allows us to pay the person based on their qualifications, which we do really in any other position across the district. It's a net increase of about $30,000 for us moving forward.
Why was it set up that way?
It was set up that way to be able to add positions. When at one time we only had 3 or 4 nurses for the entire district. And so by doing this was a way for us to add those positions in a very cost-effective way. And that was probably, Kelly, help me, was that 4 or 5 years ago, or Kathy, that we added the...
Probably at least 7.
And so we've been operating under that formula for the last several years. And it's just been really hard to keep people. I mean, I think this is the 3rd or 4th different nurse at the high school that we've had over the last year and a half. And so this way we can, I'm sorry, 7.
7 and 7 years, they said.
So again, to hopefully be able to maintain and keep people by paying them based on what their qualifications are.
And do we ever look at the needs of the student body and have to reassess on their allocations?
Every school has one nurse assigned. It's difficult if you try to put more than one person in there because they get to know the kids so well. Plus, as the kids get older, even though the schools are larger, they're able to monitor themselves a little more easily than they are at the elementary level. But no, we have basically assigned a nurse per school to be able to meet those needs.
Okay.
We've already done H and I. Item J, it's an updated job description and an updated, it's a change in a position that was 4 hours as an account clerk 2 and 4 hours as a secretarial position, but based on the duties that person is performing, we're asking that be a complete 8-hour account clerk position. I think it's a cost of about $2,400, $2,500. But again, it's based on what the person's actually doing. Item K, and we can come back to that one if you would like to discuss further, but that is the salary schedules for the FY 21-22 school year, that we are recommending a 2% pay increase, and that would be 2% applied to the salary sales on both the certified and the classified salary schedules. And we anticipate that is going to be in the around $500,000 based on about $250 for a 1% increase. So and again, as I shared, I think in a correspondence with you, that really is just going to help us keep up. A lot of the districts in central Kentucky are going to be giving raises. Through our co-op, they surveyed, and a significant number of them are going to be doing that. And so again, I think if we want to try to keep pace to be able to maintain the great staff we have, that is our recommendation. Is there any questions about that?
How many schools are in the co-op?
22, or 22 districts.
And is that like Central Kentucky regional?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. McHale.
Is that included in the draft budget that
Yes,
we're going to
ma'am.
be looking at?
That's,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I think maybe we'll have follow-up questions
Yeah.
at that point. This might be a good spot to have just a 5-minute recess, and then or go ahead and do the auditor contract, and then we can take a pause before we do the budget.
Can we cover L, N, and O?
Yeah.
Potentially?
Sure.
Okay. L is the auditor contract, and that is to continue using our current auditor for the 21-22.
How long have we been with them?
Has it been 3 years, Jeff?
It's at least 3, but by statute, you, just for reference, do not have to do a formal RFP or RFQ. That is an option, but what you like is if you stay with the same auditor, that they rotate within themselves. So even if you're with the same existing group, the lead individual would rotate, and that way you have a different set of eyes for both their protection and ours in terms of that process.
I remember when we discussed this before that there was kind of a set time that we wanted to stay with each firm,
Okay.
rotating with that. Are we still in that same pattern?
I'd have to go back in terms of what was the desire of the board.
Do you remember?
I want to say it was at least 5 years. You want to take a
Oh,
look
was
at
it?
it?
Okay.
I thought, I may be wrong.
Ms. Springate, do you remember?
I think the 5-year number sounds right. It's consistent with what we're taught in training. But a caveat to that is if you have different auditors in the same firm doing it, it's just fine. It's basically the same as having a different firm doing it because you're having different sets of eyes, different actual auditors doing the audit. So that's what I understood from the training and the guidance from KSBA and also from our discussions.
Okay.
And then item N is to approve the treasurer's fidelity bond, and that is to just protects us in case there was any fraud. And then the last item, item O, is the supplemental school year, and that is we would recommend that the board do approve that for families who would request that. And again, I think it's fairly straightforward, at least K through 7. 8th, we're going to have to look at them probably a little more individually, and then obviously the high school meeting with those kids and families and looking at their schedules individually to kind of map it out as we would go through the course of the next 3 to 4 years.
So one question on that, Mr. Hawkins, if we approve it and the kids we've approved that list of kids and it's all or nothing, right? When you go through that detailed analysis with them, can they change their mind if it's going to significantly change their coursework or, you know?
They can change all the way up until school starts, I believe. They have the option to change their mind. Isn't that right, Mr. Asher? Isn't that what we...
Okay, thank
And
you.
on that, is there any protective measures that the district needs to take, especially for those high school students, in getting signatures or doing anything specific?
Well, they have applied, or they have to complete an application, I think is what's been sent out, or an intent form.
I referenced it as a verification form, that they're agreeing to this, that's the timeline I mentioned. If approved, that would be sent out, and they verify that yes, they indeed want to take a supplemental school year.
So Mr. Asher said that
Change their mind.
when he talked about this earlier, that he mentioned sending out a verification form, and that after, if the board approves it, that verification form will then be sent out, and that will have a parent signature requirement and a student signature requirement on that, that'll be submitted back. Then I don't know, I'm assuming you guys could not hear Mr. Asher. And that is your recommendation, Mr. Hawkins, is to approve that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then if we just cover the other two real quickly. We will be having our final public hearing on the district facility plan tomorrow night. And so there will be a report that comes from that we'll ask for your approval on.
Okay.
We've already submitted everything else to the Kentucky Department of Education. That's the last piece that they need. And then item Q is the renewal of bids for our insurance. And we did see about a 15% increase on our insurance bid.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. If there's no questions, we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at 8:30.
Okay.
You need a pen? Do you need a pen?
I have a couple extra,
This one.
but you can have my good ones. I think Scott probably stole it.
What? I like the what?
Stole my pen.
No. I only have one.
Sure.
I'm just gonna-
All right, we're good to go.
All right, we will begin again after intermission and start with Mr. Martello and the tentative budget.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. I've got a real quick slideshow this evening that's a culmination of the process of entering all of our data in the Munis software, and as soon as it comes up, I will begin.
Hang on just one second. Let's
Okay.
make sure that Ms. Springate is ready. Ms. Springate? Okay. Now we're good.
Great. So tonight I'm presenting on the tentative budget. Some of the board members know, and some new faces. This is the second step in a three-step process for the budgeting process. In January, I presented the draft budget, and then in May, by statute, you have to come back and present a tentative budget. And then finally, there's a working budget that's presented in September. So it's a fluid process. When I first came to you in January, we had full 6 months to go in terms of seeing our revenue and our expenditure projections. So now we're 5 months into that process since January. And so we've got a little bit better understanding on how we're trending in terms of expenditures and revenue. But I caution, we still have another 2 months to go for the fiscal year to finish out. So just on step 2. Turning to the third slide and status. So when working with the PBA, it's a dialogue that you have a relationship with to see where we're trending on real property. And from those conversations, I'm at 3.5% on real property. And so that's how I'm at the big portion of the budget in terms of projection. That's probably a conservative amount that I'm comfortable with as of this point. But again, that's a fluid amount. We won't have certified or near final amounts in terms of real estate and real property until the end of July. But that's where it stands today.
And is the 3.5 the same amount that you were budgeting in January?
The 3.
I think we did a 2%.
That's what I thought as
Yes.
well. Okay, so
Right. Second item, as we know, until the pandemic, until we're totally through with the pandemic, that those costs associated with COVID they're always in flux. Again, the need for conservative budgeting. Traditionally, that's what we've done here in Woodford, and I want to continue the good practice that Ms. Smith and those before Mr. Hawkins have had here. So. Federal funds, those are
I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick question
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that then? What is your assumption as far as COVID costs go in this budget?
In terms of this piece, we've had some work. We had the additional staff with the virtual, and so that will affect the expenditure, where it's a reduction in expenditure for the additional.
That's the 1 year contract?
That was the 1 year opportunity. We are proactive in terms of having the smaller class sizes because of that element, and to also offer that virtual option for students. So I can tell you, at least on the expenditure part, that's a big piece that we have assessed there with that reduction. There are some PPE allotments with the ESSER 2 that was presented earlier. That is COVID related.
But not going through the general fund at all.
But not through the general fund in terms of this piece. And I'm trying to think off the top of my head as I'm doing this in terms of general dollars. Not so much marked through the general fund, more so on those allotments that we've had the luxury and the opportunity with those federal funds to have those expense through that piece to not have as much of an impact on the general fund.
So would you say then typically the cost that might be in this current year that's not being rebudgeted or not included in next year would be mainly those salaries?
Mainly the salary and fringe for that element, for that additional staffing.
Okay.
As well as of today, I don't want to speak out of, well, yes, the salary and fringe.
Okay. Thank you.
And then federal funds, just to reiterate, those are non-reoccurring dollars, kind of a shot in the arm that we've had for the ESSER 2, the CARES and the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, plus the annual federal funds, Title 1 through 4 and Title 6B and those things. Just non-reoccurring. Assumptions. The AADA is how we're funded in terms of the SEEK flow through. And again, we're going to have the luxury of using 1819 AADA counts. Last year we used the 1819 numbers. They gave us a grace year, which benefits the district. So we're looking at the AADA calculation for students, and that's a metric that they use. It would have been 3590.77. But since they're going to fund us for the additional half-day kindergarten piece for a full-day kindergarten to provide us funding for full-day kindergarten, they're giving us another 129.18 multiplier through that SEEK formula. And that goes back to 258 kids that we had in 1819 that were kindergarten. So they gave us the additional half of the funding for a full child in that kindergarten metric for the 258.
Is this where you expected that allotment to be, or is this in addition to?
No, that's what we expected.
Okay.
Because we are funded for half of them. So now we are getting funding for the other 129, so to speak. Now, I do think one key piece to point out is that I do fully anticipate this will be the last year to use 1819 numbers. And our enrollment was a little higher in 1819. And so, again, I think this next year is going to be critical that we look at that, because that's good. Then this next year's attendance will be the baseline for what is funded for the following year.
And how much of a difference is it, roughly?
Well, some of it depends on what your attendance is too. So I don't know what our attendance is at this point in time, because see, this is based on your average daily attendance. So our enrollment, we were up over 4,000 students during the 18-19 year.
Okay, and where is our enrollment now is what
About 38, between 38 and 39.
Okay. Okay.
Again, assumptions, the 3.5% assessment growth, and I just want to have a caveat. That's just real property. We do not know the personal property piece because those bills haven't gone out yet, or the numbers will be able to project more in May and forward when I come to you with the working budget. So just the real property is that 3.5%.
So you said that the 3.5 is a conservative estimate. Have they given you any indicators at the PVA of where they think that number will be for the county?
The only communication I have received is the 3.5.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I think that's a rolling average. I think we've discussed that before and looked at the chart, but I think they are expecting it to be higher than that.
in terms of conservative budgeting, this is what I'm comfortable at in
Okay.
terms of, for the tentative budget.
All right.
Okay. Summary of governmental funds. Again, that common theme, the more of the percentage of the budget is from the local percentage versus the state. If you look at, take for instance, on the second grouping down where it says revenue from state sources excluding on behalf. So on the fourth line up from the bottom, 33.93% at FY20 was from the state. And then if you go all the way over to FY22, it drops down to 32%. So in other words, the state is, in terms of our budget, is a lesser percentage each year versus the local obligation. And the only reason where it didn't go up as more of a teeter-totter is because of that additional half-day kindergarten funding that we got that is passed just for this year alone. They have not committed beyond this year on the half-day funding kindergarten piece. So again, you can see that inverse relationship, local versus state, in terms of the revenue metric, in terms of the district.
And just to put that in context, when I got here 13 years ago, it was about 52% local, 48% state.
So,
going on to slide 6, summary of governmental funds. So with the tentative budget, you're approving the $9.2 million in special revenue. So every month you see that cash flow, and it's the second item. You'll see that 9.2 is, if you'll remember, that it's a lot higher for the adoption of this budget because that includes the $4.7 million in ESSER 3. Since we will submit a budget at the end of, or in September, I have to include that in the budget that's being presented in the tentative budget. So you're just going to see a spike this one fiscal year in terms of the dollar amount for special revenue, and that's just new money. Once I recognize it in the tentative budget, because it's a multi-year fund, it won't spike up anymore because it's just recognized the year that we get it. Okay. District activity fund, question?
In other words, what you're going to see is you're going to see this huge influx in the grant funds that are primarily federal dollars
because of the ESSER.
because of the ESSER 3. See, ESSER 2 was actually in FY21.
Okay.
So ESSER 3 comes in FY22 because the budget won't be approved till September. And so those funds will gradually go down over a 3-year period as you expend those.
Thank you.
District activity, fairly consistent in terms of the district activity fund, the school activity, food service, enterprise, and the community ed. So fairly consistent dollars there. Slide 7, capital outlay. That is based off the new allocation on enrollment or on the AADA. It's just a flat $100 per child. So that gets to the $371,000 for capital outlay of new capital outlay dollars in FY22. The building fund is at $3.4 million, and then the debt service fund is at $2.6. If we were to go forward on the high school, an estimated payment in FY22 would be $750,000 in July of 22. So if we were to go forward on the high school, based on timelines, the first payment would be July of 22 for interest only, and that's just an estimate. Okay.
And is that included in your proposal?
It is in the Munis software, yes. There's a sister document with the actual attachment, and it's in there.
So we anticipate we have $2.6 million in bond payments right now. If the high school project were to move forward and we have to pay another $750,000, then our debt service fund, the payments would be about $3.4 million. If the project were to move forward. If it doesn't go forward, then you're only looking at the 2.6.
Okay. And that's based on the 20-year bond? Is that,
That's based on a 20-year bond, yes.
and is that the only bonding term? Is it like a regular, like a mortgage?
Can you go more? You can, but typical bonds for school projects are 20 years.
Okay, and is there, so is it
It would take special approval to be able to do anything beyond 20 years.
Okay, I didn't know if it was kind of the same as a consumer market.
No.
Okay.
No.
Continuing on to slide 8, summary of business type. So these we've talked earlier, the last two slides were governmental funds, and these are business type funds, starting with child nutrition. Again, the question was answered earlier, whether or not the opportunity for children that are not free or reduced will still have the opportunity in FY20 to receive a meal, as they did in FY21. So that is a positive for students in that arena. Going to the next slide, on slide 9, the Enterprise Day Fund. We already touched that we need to have caution there because we've had those declining revenues with the virtual school setting. Need to continue to monitor those. Hence the reason for the tuition cost action item that was presented tonight. And then another business type fund that we need to keep an eye on are those technology fees that we've tried to address in the previous board meeting to re-examine on that revenue piece. Significant factors, slide 10. When we staff, we're basing off a staffing formula. This budget includes those individuals that have not stepped out would have the opportunity to go to the next step on the salary schedule, as well as the 2% has been applied to each individual cell for the purpose of this budget. Slide 11, future considerations. Always confirming our grant revenues. We're doing an estimation at this point based off trends in terms of what we're to receive in federal and state grants. So you always need to reassess that each year, but this is as best that we know as of May. Long-term maintenance needs, always assessing our buildings and realizing those big dollars that we'll have to have as an expense here in the near future and long term. Possible use of capital outlay fund to offset the general fund deficit. That's always an opportunity to do that there. Unknown overall costs associated with the COVID environment. We already do know that there's a utility rate increase of approximately 11% that we're going to have to account for FY22, as well as the insurance increase of approximately 15 to 20%.
And you said that the insurance bids that we received showed about a 15% increase, is that right?
Yes. Slide 12.
Hold on just one second.
Yes.
I'll wait until we get.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Slide 12, the classified teacher retirement rate increase, it's going to rise nearly 3% in fiscal year 22. So that's a cost that we have to account for all those individuals that are under the umbrella of classified retirement. We've got classified retirement piece.
And they held that rate flat. That's basically what we have to pay toward classified employees' retirement. And so that was held flat this year. And so now that increase is coming. That was supposed to hit us this year.
Okay. Virtual Academy. So that is a cost. Establishing, if we're going to establish the virtual academy program, that's a cost that we'll need to assess, as long as we have appropriate dollars to offset the cost. Is that something that we would pay out of the general budget down the road in terms of maintaining that program? Property assessments, again, future consideration. We'll have to look at the end of July once we get more of a firm understanding of what that actual increase is going to be. And then at the end of the year, balance is expected to decline again in FY21. And the FY22 budget is based on a projected decline as well. Slide 13. For revenue, if we look at the middle column, those are the different main revenue groupings. You'll notice, like was presented in January, that the general property, delinquent tax, and the franchise fee, that's the biggest portion of our budget. And it brings in, for an estimate of the $15.8 million, if we maintain the current tax rate. If we take the 4% tax rate opportunity, then it gets to another another 300,000 to 16.128. So the only numbers that change, the only cells that change from the second column to the third column is just the general property, because that's what it gets affected by taking the additional tax rate increase. Distilled spirits, that's driven based off the economy and the usage and the buying of that different product. So that could affect with the economy. So we have to be cognizant of that. That's a conservative dollar amount there for that piece. Motor
we typically
vehicle,
get an estimate between now and when the tax rates are set, and that's just a slight increase. I think we budgeted $1 million this year, and I think we got $1,069,000.
Yeah.
So very little difference in terms of which the $1,069,000 was actually less than what they estimated. And that's the first time that's happened, because they estimated 1.1 million when we got that last August.
Okay, why is the motor vehicle tax going down? It's gone down since January, since the January budget.
Probably because of trends in terms of looking and see what's happened.
We can certainly take a look at that.
Utility tax, again, just a conservative number at the 1.9. Other taxes, other local revenue. The next large dollar amount with the revenue piece is SEEK, estimate of 9.6 as of today. Again, that will that could change for that number. So.
And that number went up because of the kindergarten. Okay, because we had that one at 9.2.
Yeah, and we actually would have gotten more, but then they offset it because our assessments go up.
Yeah.
So I think that's the forecast that they've given us at this point in time, and that is with the increase in kindergarten.
And transportation is gone down from 45,000 to 21.
Yes, because I think as of the date, I hadn't gotten in anything on that, so I was hesitant on there. I'm budgeting a full amount in terms of that. You'll notice there's a number of items, especially the smaller ones. There was an expectation to receive revenue, and we didn't get it, or it was a lot smaller for this year with the pandemic.
Okay.
Okay.
So on that though, is that taxes weren't collected at the same rate that they usually are?
in terms of the transportation or in
Or
general?
any of these?
Well, a lot of it's reflective of the economy. It just depends on the specific thing, like distilled spirits. That's a reflection of the economy. It just depends on the specific one, and I can specifically research ones if you have questions.
No, or we
Yeah.
can talk after this too, that's
Okay.
fine. Just looking at the big changes.
Sure. Expenses. So the sister part to it, in terms of the budgeting piece, is the $31.9 million. And that's excluding the on behalf. Going back up to the top, and then, the biggest piece in terms of cost is the teacher and the paraprofessionals. Is part of that $23.4 million. Student support services is at 3.3. Instructional staff is at 2.7. District admin, $1 million. School admin, 2.4. And you can see as you read down those different allotments.
So I do have a couple of questions on here then. So at our 31.9 million, if I go back a few slides, that does include your salary, experience, and step increments, as well as the 2% scheduled increments, correct?
That does include a step increase for all those eligible employees that have not topped out, in addition to the increase of that step that had a 2% applied for that cell.
Right. Okay, so
Yes.
that's included in the 31.9.
Yes.
Then moving on, it looks like we've got a couple of risks here and a couple that are already identified. So the utility rate cost increase of
Yes.
11%,
Yes.
that is not included in the 31.9, right?
The utility rate increase is included in
It is included.
It's going to one, and you also have to remember, this budget is probably one of the hardest I've ever done, because we haven't had 2 full years of school in terms of
Right.
projections.
For sure.
So whether it be on the revenue piece or the expense side, we have to look at trends and projections, but we haven't really had a full year
Sure.
since 1819.
Yep.
So
I'm
That
just
would
trying
be-
to understand.
That would be included in the plant operations and maintenance.
It is included,
Yes.
okay. So I was just trying to understand, I guess, the difference between significant factors and future considerations.
Sure.
And I was thinking
And whether,
future considerations seemed like they were something that we needed to still think about yet. But those are, so our utility rate increases included, the insurance increases also included,
correct.
the retirement rate rise is also included.
so looking at the draft budget versus the tentative budget, we were not factoring in the 2% pay raise on the draft budget. But our total expenses was still at 31.9. And now with the new budget, it does include that, and we're still at 31.9. Is the difference the 1.5% on the assessment, or where is that additional?
I'd have to go back and look, but you also have to remember, when I did it in January, I only have 5, 6, or 6 months of data to go by, plus the element of the seat, in terms of the switching of the seat dollars, in terms of the revenue piece, where they basically supplanted seat revenue from the feds through the state in terms of the tax piece, where I'm getting into the weeds, but you had some significant variables there. Number one, in terms of projections, I'm only 6 months into the year. Number two, you had that seek element that we just found out in December that had supplanted.
But that's a revenue increase
Right. I think-
versus looking at the expenses.
And I think where you'll see some adjustments is, in January, you're about halfway through the fiscal year.
Right.
So we have a clearer picture of where we think expenses may be in other categories. So other categories may be reduced to offset an increase someplace else.
Well, I was just thinking, so, okay,
So,
that
I
makes
mean,
perfect
so,
sense.
so if we thought we were trending, on instructional support, for example, and we thought maybe we were gonna be at 2.9 million, but we're trending more closer to 2.7, then we make the adjustment here, but another area may increase because of the CERS contribution.
Okay, and so we're looking at, on the 2%, it's gonna be a cost of around $500,000.
Roughly.
And that's we've always kind of said 220 for 1%, factoring in the step as well.
I don't know that, I think 1% typically has been in that 240 range. And so, again, we're trying to be somewhat conservative at the 250.
Okay. So 500 plus step increases is what we're budgeting?
Yes.
And how much is the step increase then?
It's a little less than a 1% across the board when you look at it different, in the different sales.
So you're looking at about 750 around
That's a
for
ballpark.
total salary.
And some of it's going to depend on when you hire new staff, are they coming in with less experience? Are they coming in with more experience? How many retirements do you have? There are several things that play into that. Obviously, the 3% increase in the CERS rate that's a good chunk of money too that goes into that instructional budget, and so that's the purpose behind the two different budgets when you're looking at January and May, is that you can make some adjustments because you begin to know a few more things in terms of where costs might be. The overall cost might be very similar, but you shift it in different categories based on where you're at and what you know at that point in time.
So the step increase is more than a 1%?
No.
Because if you said 750, and if we're allowing 500 for the 2%.
I said a little bit, the step is a little bit less than a percent, so
Right.
it wouldn't be quite 250.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I was just rough numbers.
Okay, I just,
Yeah.
that was, okay. And do we have an indication of how many employees are retiring this year?
I mean, we've gotten some, most all the intents are back in, what is it, handful?
Yeah, it's only a handle for current. We count actually back from like the end of last year to here.
Okay,
So those would have happened throughout this entire year. We have less than 30.
less than 30, and how does,
That's from, say, June of 20 to yesterday.
okay. What Ms. Cooper said is that they count retirees from June of 2020 to this year, and that we have 30, roughly 30. How does that compare to previous years?
Just keep in mind it's a combination of certified and classified, and I don't keep track of, in my head, of how many of each year. That number's fairly consistent, but some years it's heavy on classified, some years it's heavier on certified.
And when you say retirement, it could be somebody that retired with 7 years of service.
Yeah, or 5
So,
years of service.
I mean, it's
right.
not necessarily somebody that's been here
Yeah.
30 years.
And
So,
are all of those always replaced, those hats?
in most cases,
One for
yes,
one?
because it's on a staffing formula,
Yeah.
so if a bus driver retires, obviously, we're gonna try to find another bus
Right.
driver to take their place.
I saw a commercial yesterday for bus drivers, by the way. It was
We're
great.
trying.
Yes, it was good.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was great.
Channel 36.
Yep.
We've been running some spots to try to recruit.
All right, we'll go around. Ms. Springate, do you have any questions?
I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Martello is not finished. I apologize.
Slide.
And I think, just to Jeff's point, we have not had a normal year since 1819. And to try to predict how expenses are going to be, it's very difficult. So you almost have to go back to the last full year you've had and then try to project how much of an increase do you typically see this year, or would have been 1920, because we had the last 2.5 months we weren't in school. And then what would the increase be for this year? And then what's the increase for next year? So, and that's not always easy to do, because expenses are, I mean, I think we can do a pretty good job tracking them, but you at the end of the day, you almost have to go back to your last full year to get a kind of a gauge on what you're looking at.
Slide 15. So not taking starting at the top, if we do not take the 4%, the expenses are 31.9. And then the revenue piece is 30.3 for a difference of 1.6. Oops. And then if we take the 4%, it's a difference of 1.3. So there's that $300,000 that would help on the revenue piece. In terms of beginning balance and looking at the historical trend, you can see it from left to right, starting from 1819, going to the projected at the start of 22-23.
Okay.
Okay, slide 16. So there's two options, similar to the draft budget. If we were to keep the same tax rate, we're at the 69.8. Drops contingency to about $4 million. And then again, that's a fluid number because how we finish off FY21 will alter that contingency dollar amount. And then option number 2, if we would take the 4%, we would drop a contingency to an estimate at $4.3 million. And that's it for the presentation.
Okay. And Mr. Hawkins, on your recommendation, are you staying with the 69.8 recommendation for this budget?
Yes, flat rate. One couple other points real quickly. One, in that if you look on the expense side, it did list the $445,000 fund transfer. Because the $350,000 was restricted this year, he went ahead and included it in the expenses. The board must do a resolution if that were to be done for next year. So that could offset your expenses by $350,000 if a resolution is not passed.
And when is the date that resolution needs to be passed?
I think it was done in June last year.
That's what I thought too.
But again, that's something that the board would have to consider. But you know, again, knowing that there are some restricted dollars that could be released that would help the deficit, and knowing that we've got a pretty big influx of federal money coming in, I have a hard time asking for a tax increase.
Okay.
Of course, that won't be my final recommendation. So it'll be somebody else's when the budget is done. But that is my recommendation tonight.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Martello on the tentative budget?
No questions, but I just, you know, it is concerning to me to see this fund balance, the general fund balance, continue to deteriorate, and it looks like we've got about 2 to 3 years to balance this budget before we can't meet expenditures. So that's when I look at this budget and what would keep me up at night, that's sort of what keeps me up at night thinking about that.
One thing that I know some other districts do that might be something for us to consider is a budget committee that, I know Scott County, for instance, they have their budget committee and it's a rolling membership for their board members so that they can have a little bit of a deeper dive with their chief financial officer to find out about the trends and where things are being spent and, how things are trending for the year more than just a once a month recap of fund balances and things like that. That might be something for us to consider as a board to learn more about the budgeting process. Especially with a newer board than what Woodford County has historically had.
And a new superintendent coming on
Yes.
board as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martello.
Thank you.
And we have concluded the agenda for next week's meeting. And we'll go back to this week's meeting. Discussion items include, the first one is superintendent evaluation logistics. The board has a statutory obligation to do a summative evaluation for Mr. Hawkins, and we have had a little bit of difficulty getting that scheduled this year with all of the COVID considerations. We need to discuss as a board when we can do that and how we're going to accommodate that. Mr. Hawkins has understandably requested that that be done all in person with no virtual attendees. So that would require all of the board to be present for that meeting. So we will just go around and have discussion on that. Start with you, Ms. McHale.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable request.
All right. Ms. Glass?
Agree. I think it's a reasonable request and I'm fine with that.
All right. Ms. Springate?
I definitely think that, we've fallen down again this year on the superintendent evaluation. I'm happy to meet in person, but I'm only comfortable meeting in person if we're following the guidelines and the healthy at school policies with regards to social distancing and mask wearing.
Okay, and I think that we have documented that we are compliant with that that's been verified by our local health department and the state agency that is providing governance on that. Ms. Richardson?
Sure, I'm fine. I won't be masked, but I'll be there.
Okay. What date works best for you, Mr. Hawkins?
Just a couple of things. I want to make sure that we are still following the information that was provided in the fall in terms of what would be considered exemplary, because that was provided, I want to say August or September, and so just want to make sure that has not changed.
No, I think that exemplary as defined by the assessment tool and the notes made by the board at that meeting. That would be the definition of exemplary. It's pretty clearly defined for the new board members to read in the descriptions, and then any additions we can provide from those notes.
Right. And then I guess the only other thing I would question is, as the board's responsibility is to provide an evaluation, I do think it's fair that every board member be allowed to participate in some way.
I agree completely. We do have, as long as, and this kind of ties into our next agenda item, I assume you're alluding to having everyone here in person.
I think that is the best if it can be done.
Well, and Ms. Bradley, I just want to be clear, I'm not comfortable attending in person if we are not following the mask guidelines and the social distancing guidelines and the healthy at school requirements. I'm not comfortable.
How are we not, Ms. Springate?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
How are we not following the guidelines?
Well, our guidelines are that in our facilities, we wear masks.
In an attempt to accommodate this issue and to provide equal access to all of our board members to attend in person, we have the cubicles that, again, the local health department and the council to Dr. Stack's office have deemed to be in compliance with all of the guidance set forth. And Mr. Shaw can certainly weigh in on this, but with these cubicles, we are able to remove masks and allow all of our members to participate and be compliant with all guidance set forth for all different levels. This has been pretty well documented by Mr. Chenoweth and Mr. Shaw. You're welcome to weigh in if you have anything additional or if I've said anything in error.
I think as long as your local health department is approved the way that you're holding your meetings, you're fine. And it sounds like you've kind of gone above and beyond by even getting at the state level an opinion that you're in compliance. I know that the masks, that there are other districts that in lieu of a mask you use face shields, or even it looks like you've got the cubicle set up with the shields around you. That should be sufficient.
Well, and again, just personally for myself, speaking of accommodations, I don't believe that, I am comfortable, and I'm certainly health-wise for my family, and as my decision, do not feel comfortable attending a meeting where there are unmasked attendees. I feel like we are not requiring our staff to work in buildings where there are unmasked folks if they choose not to do so. We're not requiring our students to come to school and be in school with unmasked other students if they choose not to do so. So I certainly don't feel like I should be forced to attend a meeting with unmasked attendees if my comfort level is not there. I feel like having the option of attending virtually or in person has been extended to our staff, it has been extended to our students, it has been extended to our parents. And I do not believe we have any facilities currently where the public can just come in and be unmasked as long as they are, behind a partition or 6 feet away. I just feel like, it's really important to treat others like you want to be treated and to honor others' wishes as far as what they're comfortable with in attending, social functions, work functions, school functions. And again, I'm just saying that I'm not sure exactly what the guidance from our health department is. It sounds like what you're saying is the health department is saying that anybody in Woodford County can go in any building in Woodford County as long as there's a partition. Is that the guidance?
No, Ms. Brigade, the guidance is what was shared with you by email on whether or not it was acceptable to have people seated in a room with these cubicles that are the same that our students use daily in cafeterias twice a day unmasked. And our staff is around those students on a daily basis. They are not unsupervised in the cafeteria at any point.
I'm not suggesting they're unsupervised. I'm merely saying I am not comfortable being forced to attend a meeting where people are present without masks. I'm not sure exactly what the health department guidance is. What you've said is the health department has said with that partition, it's perfectly fine to be in a facility, a Woodford County facility, without a mask. I'm just not sure, if other people are comfortable with that. I know myself what I'm comfortable with. And again, I'm not sure what staff is comfortable, the staff that comes to the board meetings, if this is something they're comfortable with or not. I definitely think this is something that needs to be discussed openly and publicly. I wish it had been discussed before last Friday's meeting, because I was not permitted to attend that meeting. I couldn't even go to a board meeting where I'm a board representative because there was no virtual option. And because I choose to kind of figure out what's going on as far as having meetings if we're going to be unmasked. I feel like that's something that needs to be disclosed and discussed before you just show up to the meeting and that's what the situation is. Again, I think it's good to have the discussion, but I do not believe that I feel comfortable coming to a meeting where there are unmasked attendees, even with that partition. I don't know that I feel comfortable sitting for 3, 4, 5 hours in a closed room with someone who's not masked. And again, that's just my personal preference. I know we have other staff and other folks in Woodford County and in, Kentucky and in the nation that feel that way. And, I just don't want to be made to feel like a bad person because I don't feel comfortable and not sure health-wise for my family and for myself.
I don't think
that's
anybody
something I
is
want
making
to
you
do.
feel like a bad person. I think we all want to do the right thing. I think that we are leaders of this school district and the town, and I think that it is incumbent upon us to be leaders in this situation. And I believe that that means taking guidance from the health department, from our local leaders, from what we're requiring of our children when they're here in making these decisions. You don't seem to want to listen to any of those guidances. You seem to only want what you want, and you don't seem able to work with any of us to make that happen. Nobody, Mrs. Springate, please.
I'm sorry you feel that
Nobody,
way. I just simply don't feel comfortable coming to a meeting with unmasked attendees, and I'm not trying to be difficult. We have had virtual options for meetings since the pandemic began for over a year. And so again, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to say personally my level of comfort is not there.
I think you are trying to be difficult. You don't let other people talk. You don't listen to guidance from other people. You didn't even listen to guidance from our attorneys. So I don't believe that you are open to any open discussion with any of us. I believe that you are open to only your ideas and opinions, and it doesn't matter what anybody else around the table thinks. That's what I believe. And that's what you have shown with your actions over the last week. That is my opinion.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Again, all I can say is it's my health, and I believe it should be my choice. But I do apologize if that offends anyone. I really am not trying to be difficult. I just would prefer to attend virtually if we're going to have unmasked people. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't think that anyone is trying to make you feel badly about that choice. I just think that the way that you have depicted this is not honest. This was not something that was a surprise to the board. This was discussed, and we had sought input from trained individuals on this, on the safest way to do this to allow everyone to participate.
And I do appreciate that. I respectfully disagree. I was never informed we would have a meeting with unmasked people present. I had no idea that the partitions had been ordered. I have no idea what the partitions cost. Again, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just saying for myself personally, I feel more comfortable attending meetings virtually if people are going to be present that are not masked. That's just my level of comfort. I'm not telling you what to do or how to do it. I'm not telling you to wear a mask or don't wear a mask. I feel like we give our students and our families and our staff a choice of attending school in person or virtually, and I would just like the same option. And again, it's based on my personal circumstances and what my risk level, what I'm comfortable with, just like the parents made that decision for their families. And again, not trying to be difficult, I just feel like this is something that should be discussed openly and should be discussed before we actually have the meeting where people are unmasked. And so that's why I couldn't attend. And I'm happy to release any emails or records to anyone who's interested in seeing them about that. I feel like I've been totally 100% honest. I'm trying to be transparent. I feel like just having this discussion is a good thing. And I'm not attacking anyone or calling anyone out for doing anything. I'm merely saying for myself, I prefer the virtual option if people are going to be unmasked. That's
Okay,
just
thank you.
my comfort.
So Mr. Hawkins.
Can I just add something, Ms. Bradley?
Yes, of
I did
course.
want to also say that I'm sorry, Ms. Springate, if you felt like that you weren't aware that this was a plan, because it was actually discussed in an email on the 22nd and also in person at the end of our screening committee meeting. We did discuss that these partitions had been ordered, and you were also there in person as well. So I think this has been discussed.
I do believe partitions were discussed, but not having a mask on has never been discussed. Not
Yes, it
having a
was.
mask on was not in the email. And that really is my issue. So I don't mind if we have partitions. My issue is the mask. I feel more comfortable with being in a closed room for extended periods of time when people have a mask on.
Okay.
Again, that's just my comfort level. And I did not see anywhere in that email on the 21st where it said we would have unmasked attendees. And I certainly didn't see anywhere that the health department had okayed the Woodford County school facilities to be open to folks without masks, for board meetings. So
Ms. Springate, you were sent the email. Okay.
I'm sorry?
We're just on a wheel here. Mr. Hawkins, we are at an impasse on your ability to have everyone participate in person and accommodate the masking and non-masking requirements. How would you like to handle this, or do you want to discuss this with Mr. Chenoweth?
Can certainly discuss it. I mean, I'm not sure what the answer is.
I'm not either. I want to be compliant with our statutory obligation to provide you with an evaluation. It's unfortunate that this is where we're at. I don't know the answer to move forward. You and Mr. Chenoweth and I can have a discussion, and we can see if we can bring a resolution to the board for next week, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Be happy to have that conversation.
Okay. I think we've probably covered future in-person board meetings under this discussion item as well, unless any board member has something they would like to offer. Hearing none. The board does have a need for an executive action, or executive session, excuse me, and there may be action taken after that session. Is there a motion to go into executive session pursuant to KRS 1F for the possible appointment of a district employee? Is that the correct language, Mr. Shaw?
That sounds correct.
Okay, real close if not correct.
So moved.
There's a motion by Ms. Glass. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Ms. McHale. All those in favor of going into executive session, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ms. Richardson, I will send you an invitation to join that Google Meet now. And Ms. Springate, I sent it to you earlier. Did you receive that?
She shook her head.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We will go to executive session. Bob, can you? Mr. Gibson, we good?
We are now, yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to return from executive session?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Glass, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. McHale, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Springate and Ms. Richardson both are ayes.
Aye.
Yes, aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Is there a motion to make public the announcement of superintendent candidate finalists after they have had a chance to be notified?
So moved.
There's a motion by Ms. Springate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Glass. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Is there a motion to adopt an interview format similar to the one used by Woodford County in their previous superintendent search?
So moved.
There's a motion by Ms. McHale. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Glass. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes 5-0. I will contact Mr. Martin to let him know about the board action tonight and have him get in touch with Ms. Cooper and we will get interviews scheduled at the candidates' availability. Is there a motion to adjourn, or would you guys like to stay?
So moved.
There's a motion to adjourn by Ms. Glass. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. McHale. All those in favor, say aye.
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 You sure, Ms. Richardson?
Yes, I'm positive.
The motion carries 5-0. The meeting is adjourned. And my gavel.
Bring that out.